Okay. Take these off. Put this here. Kainu power cliffs everybody type shit. What's up, Kalpa? How you doing, man? Everyone, I'm live. How you doing? How you guys doing? Gorinjo. Alright, 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 alright. Hey, what's up, Han? Blood set of Kainu. Can you guys give me like 2 seconds so that I can go get something to drink? I usually like to, you know, do these streams with at least some level of water. What's up, Han? What's up, Creative? How you guys doing? Okay. Sorry for the late startup. Hey, can you watch the stock piece website? I tried to do the stock piece thing a couple of weeks ago. Fuck no. That website essentially says it'll give me like a virus or something. I'm not doing that. Not on my PC. Kaido over Loki? Fair enough. How you doing, Esther? Okay. So, how's everybody doing today? Yesterday was a bit of a long day. For those of you that may not know, we spent some time watching some other YouTubers do a quote-unquote debunk. It says nothing for me. It's totally safe, but it's your choice. I respect it. Yeah, no, I've tried it before. It said that, like, are you sure you want to enter this website? Something like that. I think you can actually find it in one of our streams from a couple weeks ago. Oh, I also found this random manga. I was clicking over through some of these, like Mashne Project, just seeing what like they were about. You know, trying to find random stuff. This one sounded funny just because of the name. It says, "Don't you feel ashamed in front of your mother who spread her legs to give birth to you?" What kind of a fuck-ass title is that? But yeah. Yesterday kind of took the wind out of me, for reasons just beyond the stream, personal stuff. I had to go this week, to get a couple of vaccines and stuff like that for a procedure I have to get done soon. So, that's a whole thing. Kaido that fights like a normal person and doesn't eat every attack death is over Loki. That fights like a normal person is funny. I want to know the author's mind. What the fuck is the title? Yeah. That thing comes up for almost every website. It does not mean nothing. It does not mean nothing as a double negative, which means it does mean something. Yeah, and yesterday they tried to argue Kaido would get hit by a Genjutsu by equalizing the verse, but it's nonsense. Kaido has advanced Haki, so by equalizing, he should have high quality chakra and control. I don't do that whole equalization crap, and to be fair, I mean, you already know this, but I also don't really agree with their argument, because they're essentially saying that it manipulates the cranial nerves, but they're also ignoring the fact that it's stated to still flow within the chakra, within the person's chakra network, and the cranial nerves are connected to the brain, which is connected to the chakra network, so again, I don't see how it even remotely proves that they can. As I've said before and many times over, I have absolutely and objectively speaking no reason to believe, especially under some BS, at least in my opinion, BS reasoning like that, to say that the characters just outright Where the fuck is the statement? Let me see this. Yeah, I don't have a reason to really entertain or believe that, yeah, Genjutsu just randomly fucking works now. Especially cross-verse. Because they used, what was it? Was it this one? Or was it this one? Yeah. You control the chakra flowing through their cranial nerves, and the chakra flowing through their cranial nerves has to first flow through the brain, when the brain is literally attached to the chakra network. They're essentially using this part right here. They're essentially hyper-focusing on the cranial nerves part to essentially say that, like, you don't need Genjutsu for it, or at least, like, higher-level Genjutsu, but I just simply don't agree with that. It has to connect the chakra in the first place, yeah. I was thinking about it for a while. It definitely was living, some of the things that they did say was kind of living rent-free inside my head. I think part of it was just the fact that I couldn't get many of the points I wanted to across since I was on chat, and I couldn't get them, well, not get them, more so I couldn't, since I couldn't actually talk to them on stream, it made things a lot more difficult, so I figured, what's the point? For me, Egghead had the best reveals and best fights. Egghead was pretty good. Chakra and Haki don't even work the same. They do not work the same in the slightest bit. Would you say Egghead or Elbaf were top 1 or top 3? I like Egghead and Elbaf from a lore perspective. I think it drops a lot of information, especially that's been built up for a long time. I do enjoy them. I like the exposition that's set up for the following arcs through Egghead. And I like all of the reveals that they do in Elbaf. Granted, I wasn't the biggest fan. I have said many times before that I wasn't the biggest fan of introducing God Valley through Elbaf. I think that they probably could have placed that somewhere else, but all things considered, it does kind of make sense for us to see that, for us to see the setup with Roxy Zebek, since it does also set up this idea that since the later chapters, like Imu stating that all of this was set in motion years ago, said it connects to chakra. Obito said it connects to chakra. That's why the Sharingan user do Genjutsu battles. They connect each other's chakra. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, and is Curran Zoro putting up a good fight against Kaido? Fuck no. An okay fight. He's at least hurting the guy, but I think he can probably start scarring Kaido more consistently, but I don't think Zoro's beating Kaido in a fight. I don't think he's giving Kaido, like, a good fight in the same way that, like, Luffy did. What's up? What's up, Emu? Yeah, I still think Zoro gets slammed. He's just not there yet. Maybe if, like, Zoro fully masters, like, his Conqueror's Haki, maybe get some internal destruction in there, I could see it. If, like, I could see Zoro do, like, all forms of advanced armament Haki, I would say so. I would say that Zoro might give Kaido a good fight. But it's still a matter of, like, massive Haki, right? You still have to argue that Zoro's Haki has about as much, if not greater mass than Kaido's in order for both of them to be able to, you know, really go at it. You're doing a video about how the Straw Hats fight without devil fruits change if they get devil fruits that Oda said he would give them. What devil fruits did Oda say he would give the others, right? What devil fruits would the Straw Hats have? Because I know that Zoro would actually have Kaido's devil fruit. I know that Oda, yeah, Zoro would specifically have his sword eat it. Nami would have an L's devil fruit. Blamco's, what's the pocket fruit again? Blamenco. Yeah. The pocket fruit, right? This guy would have the pocket fruit, and that way he could pull out some stuff. Fuck that. And he could pull out some stuff, right? I kind of hate how Oda almost forgot about it. ADV, Advanced Armament, and ACLC completely. Except flashbacks of rocks. I feel like it's such a powerful technique, it should be more powerful. Well, is it a matter of, like, the characters... Is it a matter of... Let me ask you this, Kalpa. Is it a matter of, like, it not being utilized as much or not being talked about as much? Because let's be honest here, after Luffy got, like, Armament Haki and Observation Haki, it's not like we were... I mean, obviously he's using it, but it's not like we're seeing it that often. It's not like we're commenting on it that often. Oda's writing style more so pertains to the idea that, like, he introduces it, he talks about it, and then it just becomes part of the story. There's no reason to kind of, like, really talk about it as much, right? Like, once Luffy got Conqueror's Haki, how many more Conqueror's moments did he get? I mean, he got, like, the Fishman Island stuff. He got like the Fishman Island stuff. He got like the Doflamingo clash. I mean, Conqueror's Haki is a bit different, I guess you could say, but like you don't really see that kind of stuff. You don't really see like even any real mentions of like armament Haki beyond like just Luffy using armament Haki in the way that he did against Doflamingo, where he says that like the tensile force plus the constant coating of armament Haki makes it so that he's like bouncy yet hard, and then you have like Katakuri saying there's levels to Haki. Like I'm pretty sure that like at least as far as Oda's writing style goes, it'll be something where like we'll see it, we'll see mentions of it sporadically, but they're not just gonna constantly talk about it or constantly bring it up. I was trying to think Buggy is now. I mean, we have nothing to go off of. I don't have anything to go off of, dude. Like I'm gonna be so real with you, Nacho. There's genuinely not much for me to go off of. Buggy doesn't really do much after Marineford. Like genuinely doesn't really do anything. The guys see his fights. It's Black Lightning basically is their sign, but advanced armament. I don't remember its internal destruction capabilities being used since Wano. I mean, you don't necessarily have to argue that it's really being used that often. I mean, how are they really going to show that a character's having, like, their insides destroyed besides somebody outright stating it, right? It's like with the guys from yesterday where they were saying that, like, you never really see characters use observation hawk. It's like, yeah, because there's, like, barely any visual, um, there's, like, barely any indication. It's just implied in all the fights, those moving forward. Yeah. Yeah, I got you, Han. Sorry. Buggy isn't going to be Yonko level strength, but he's a good deal stronger than the average person. Yeah, definitely. At this point, Luffy should really should one-shot most guys. I really like how he one-shot Holy Knight. It showed how actually powerful he is now. Well, he's also in Gear 5, and he's also charging up his fist with a massive lightning bolt. Like, come on now, you know? Also, I think the punch was actually bigger than his face, to be fair. Gabiru D. Rat has the best video on armament Haki. Sure. I wish Oda makes armament Haki just black with no lightning, and Jureneg has black lightning. I mean, then it would just be confused with advanced conquerors. It would just be confused at that. It would just be confusing at that point, because at that point we would have a person using advanced armament or advanced conquerors. There has to be like some kind of like a different there has to be something to differentiate them. You know what I mean? Buggy literally said he would go after the One Piece. He is literally the GOAT. That's why he's a really big knowing on Mike. Actually, he also get it. He didn't know the chapter proves Sanji as conqueror's Haki. The new chapter proves it? What are we talking about? 1 second, guys. I'm getting a phone call from my hospital. Guys, can you please give me another few minutes? I need to do make a second phone call. 1 second. Why is it that every time I do something crazy, why is it that every time I have to like make a phone call, somebody's saying I'm eating beans? That's crazy. You're eating beans. Just the fact that you even said, the fact that you even have beans in your keyboard means you eat beans. All right. And you got nothing to worry about. The debunks were terrible. Actually used French, so it's wrong in Kurama's planetary because of the data books argument. Okay, so first of all, what's good, Memento? How have you been? Sorry about that. I have a couple of I had to do a couple of just calls real quick with the doctors and stuff like that. I have like a couple of procedures I might need to get done this video. Not this video. This year. Sorry, I saw the word video and I just immediately said it. I'm good. Uh, so just to answer a couple of questions real quick, I don't think Sanji's even been remotely confirmed to be an advanced, a Conqueror's Haki user. I mean, if he is, I think it would be a bit contradictory since Sanji doesn't necessarily have the aspirations of a king, but I guess you could maybe argue that Scopper Gaban doesn't either. I guess it depends. Um, there could be an argument for it, but right now it's fine. Does Luffy one-tap Zoro? I wouldn't say Luffy one-tap Zoro. I would say Zoro might be able to tank a couple hits from Luffy, but I don't think Zoro's tanking like a Bajirang gun either. If Luffy like does go all out, I beat their shins in on why the French can be used. He said they don't have the words for orders of magnitude. After debunking that, they ducked me like crazy. Listening to them made me mad. It's fine. Sanji unimpressed. There's a theory that Sanji's love powers might be COC that is hidden or something. It's really emphasized many times. That's fair. I can see why you're coming down to that conclusion. Um, he's a left wing of the Pirate King, so he will. Yeah, I think it would be fine. Also, Chopper's literally casually curing Dami Reversi. What even is that? Probably might actually start to imply that Chopper might actually have a potentially powerful devil fruit. We know that Oda likes to make his jokes throughout the context of the series. So it does it would add up, right? There's a conversation of a forest god, an earth god, the sun god, and I think there was like a water god. There were conversations of that, so there could be an argument to be made, but you know we'll discuss that as things happen. I do want to. They lost me heavy when they said Hashirama's Senju statue would pop Law's room because it would exceed the size limit. Except that's objectively untrue because Hashirama's Shinju Senshu statue is in the size of multiple mountains. Especially since Law made it larger than the mountains that he was already there. I think it was a storm god. That's in Skypiea. Does anybody remember? I'll look it up myself if anything. But does anybody remember what chapters Skypiea was around? It was around like 280 something, right? Skypiea was around that time frame. Yeah. These mountains are not that big considering that Kurama over here is like at least about half the size of one of them. So these are probably just hills, especially since this is less than 80 meters tall. Yeah, I don't have a... Yeah, this is definitely less than 80 meters tall, so these are not that big. There's no way I'm going to even remotely agree with that. You think it's dumb to scale characters to attacks, like scaling Madara's to the meteors he dropped? Yes and no. Certain characters, especially when... It was the Rain God? I think it was this... I think... It was the... think it was, those guys were hilarious. They said the SBS are unreliable, but Naruto data books are basically foolproof. They also like to use they also use the BS argument that the anime wasn't canon, but I think they started talking about like the anime in some other instance. They also tried to say that like they also tried to use a BS argument saying that the data books were consistent because they used like specific articles when they weren't referencing the ones that I meant. They ignored the ones that I had mentioned. They didn't even remotely bring up the fact that they didn't even remotely ask me what statements I said were contradictory. They just sort of brought up like a random Jirai and a random Shino one that doesn't really help prove their point. They're more so just now nitpicking on specific statements. I don't know, man. Really curious how they will animate Chopper punching the evil out of a Dami reverse. That'll probably be more like a smack. It'll probably be more like a smack on his end. What are there are like 4 gods in One Piece, right? It's implied that there are like, what are the 4 gods in One Piece? What are the 4 gods referenced in Skypiea? Yeah, it was the sun, rain, forest, and earth god. You were right, Aster. Yeah, I was wrong about that. It wasn't the sea. It wasn't like a water god. It was the rain god. You were right. Yeah. So it was the sun, rain, forest, and earth god. Luffy's the sun god. We know the forest god. It said that Imu's got the devil's fruit, so we probably still have 2 more gods left. There's probably an argument that actually the rain god might be dragon, considering that he was able to create those massive tempests and storms, so that kind of leaves the earth god. The guard PFP guy said that Rooftop didn't power clip his previous heat because he didn't use Future Sight before, that makes him tank Kaido's hybrid attacks better and keep up in speed suddenly. Yeah, the sun god, forest god, rain, and sea god. Yeah. I remember it because the people speculated that he's dragon. Yeah, no, you were right. You were right, 100%. Earth God, the Salt, Logia, Devil Fruit, Trust. True. Yesterday, I will be honest with you guys, yesterday kind of did kill my mood, though. It wasn't just them, it was something that was happening on my personal end. When I shut off my mic for like a little bit during the stream because I had to talk to my mom about something. Not specifically with her or anything, it was something else, but yeah, yesterday kind of killed my mood, and I kind of just went to bed at like 9 p.m, like 8:30 p.m. I was already like in bed. I was like, fuck it, I'm just not feeling it today. I've been up since like 3 a.m. I've been up since like 3 in the morning. I don't know, between like, I don't know, some of the stuff they were saying just kind of, I don't know, like it kind of got to me. Not like in a negative way, like I don't necessarily like have an issue with the guys per se, but I don't know. I guess in a way, I kind of like looked at like a lot of the conversations that I've also had with people in the past or in my own streams. I try to be like a little bit more introspective in that regard, and I will say I'm gonna try to do my best to be also a little bit nicer to the people that come in here trying to like debunk or just try to like argue with me in general. I know I mentioned that stuff a little bit before, that the first Poseidon put a curse on all Devil Fruit users. That might actually have some weight to it. They did mention something about the sea. We'll get to that in a second because I will be reading through Elbaf. I will be rereading through Elbaf now, so that I can go through some writing real quick because I do want to cover this topic of like power cliffing in One Piece. I do want to write a script on it. I'm not going to make the script too long. I do want to be able to edit the video within a couple days. Why don't you just talk through Discord? It seemed like you both wanted to talk directly. Well, I did put a message for it, and they seemed to read almost every other message I did besides the ones that they ducked, where I mentioned the things that made me mad was how egotistical they were. The other than you, they just ducked confrontation and didn't engage with my arguments. Actual echo chamber over there. I also didn't like the fact that he was like assuming that I don't have people give me pushback on any of my arguments, when, I mean, you guys are here, you guys can tell from firsthand that I did a lot of pushback on a lot of my scaling. But I did mention to them, why don't we add like a 4th into this to talk about it? You should drink some of those black beans. You should be timed out for at least 10 minutes. But you know what? Again, I'm being nice, so I'm gonna time you up for 10 seconds. No, but from like the stuff from yesterday, it did remind me as to why I just don't like streaming, or at least I don't like watching streams in general. Personally, I mentioned this yesterday. You'll be back. You should be back by now, Grady Moo. But it did remind me as to why I don't like watching other people's streams in general, and it's partially because like streams in general, there's a lot of like in between stuff that I just don't personally care for. I'm usually always like get to the fucking point with stuff, so I kind of just skip through a lot of the media that I watch. It's also one of the reasons why I never watch like new shows and stuff, because I'm just like, oh geez, this is taking forever. I just don't have the patience for it. We always push back when it's dumb. Yeah, no, you guys push back when it's dumb, but when it's also in regards to scaling, you guys do give me a good bit of pushback. People like Aster, people like One Smart, even my own mods give me pushback on certain bits of my scaling. So like again, it's not. It's mostly just the idea like they think that like I don't get pushback whatsoever, and like my scaling comes from a place of bias when it's like. The Minato statement, I mean, you guys have seen me go into, like, the data book stuff plenty of times before. I even yesterday was typing it into, like, the, I was even mentioning, like, the Naruto data books. I was even mentioning how, like, yesterday, how, like, when I was looking through the second data book, let me actually look it through the first, character file data books, where, obviously the Minato data book stuff didn't show up here at all. Let me look up light speed. Maybe that'll help. Okay, so it's not mentioned once here. I even looked up, like, the, data book stuff here. Let's look up, character files. No, there's no mentions of, like, light speed. Light speed, no. Where they used an excerpt from Minato saying that Minato, or at least the Yellow Flash, was light speed. I won't give you chapters or feats till you stop downplaying Naruto. True. But something that did catch me was that, like, okay, you're using, like, a statement saying that, like, Minato has, like, a light speed slash or whatever, but there's no mention of an actual, yeah, that's one thing I didn't like, since you had several streams where you gave opportunities to disprove you on average, the opposite side usually concedes. That's what I meant. They had no idea about One Piece, Sage didn't even read it, and the Garp guy was clueless as fuck, but they ducked the second their arguments got completely destroyed. Well, it's not even just that, it's just more so the fact that, like, when they, well, yeah, that, but, like, when they were mentioning, like, the Minato data book statement from, like, the second thing, they, one of the things that I was trying to, like, ask them was, like, okay, and in reference was, like, the Minato data book statement in reference to, because they did mention that, Minato does have a light speed statement. I did see it yesterday within the context of their streams, but then, when I asked, and what exactly is it in reference to, they said they don't know. They don't know, like, what jutsu. It just says it has, like, a light speed slash, which at that point, is where I say, you know, so then why the fuck should I care, right? Why should I care about a random data book statement that says a light speed slash when the light speed slash doesn't particularly reference anything in particular? A technique, one of the flying Raijin techniques, anything like that. It doesn't reference a specific jutsu or anything like that. I can just dismay it as nothing more than a hyperbolic term, especially for Minato, since, again, Minato himself doesn't really show any light speed scaling throughout the series, and the only reason why the Raikage would be... Hey, what's up, Rennie? I could tell it's you from the name. But also because, you know, A's entire lightspeed meta still revolved around the data books. Did you find where it's from? I mean, they say it's from, like, the second data book. I remember Six from Tokyo saying that it was from one of the data books, but when I check through here, I can't find the scan, I can't find the message or anything, so I'm not exactly sure where it's at. I've tried to look at a Minato Namikaze. There's no statements on Minato. I'm trying to find it here. It's not very easy to find data book statements in general. I think it's Steven read people like Soikage read it just to downplay, say Naruto wins without good proof. I think Steven read PP like... I don't know what you mean by this. Steven read PP like Soikage read it just to downplay, just to say Naruto wins. Yeah. The best part was the Garp guy said French doesn't have words for order of magnitude, then says, I know French, that was wrong. They have the words he dodged after I told him. I mean, I don't know who, yeah. Did you check the library? I went through all of them. Okay, I'll check the library again. Bleach, Naruto, the data books. Thank you. Data book for the Biju, right here. Ninja techniques. It was a specific one for Minato. Kaguya's dimensions, the Mifune, the flying Raijin. Ah, shit, we're gonna have to translate all this on our own, aren't we? Shit. Is this technique file? Shoshu. That's Shoshu. Namikaze Minato Shoshu. Shunji ni Shunji ni Haikoe Mawara. That's Ra. Yeah, that's Ra. No, that's Mawari. Yeah, that's Mawari. Rasengan. No. That's specifying Rasengan. The one that they were referencing was specifically one for a There's lots of mistranslations in French. Why wouldn't we use it? You can't read Japanese. I can read Japanese. Steven is the Garp guy. Sage saying his name. Ah, okay. We need to get... It was specifically Jubito, Kaguya, Madara. I need one that was specifically for Minato, which is why I'm like skimming over them. None of these specify Minato. That's the Rasen Shuriken. I think that's for KCM. Yeah. Nothing here for Minato. I'll try to run through the Minato one on a translator, and then I'll probably... Yeah, I'm gonna have to translate it. I'll run the Minato one through a translation. Download. Okay. Let's open that one up. And let's just Flying Thunder God. Let's throw this in to the Naruto databook scans. Let's move it here, and then let's just put FTG. Okay. FTG, Flying Thunder God. Okay, now let's take this. I think I can do it through, like, Google. Translate. I'll do it through Google Translate, and then we'll try to, like, specify little by little. Images. Let's drag and drop. Let's see if this works, but either way, we'll still try to... It'll obviously be, like, a very... Oh, it's a drag and drop here. Okay. We'll go through. Minato wasn't in the second data book. Transcends time and space, a technique that applies the Flying Thunder God when leaping in front of an opponent's kunai. He charges forward towards the kunai, flew behind the opponent. The second stage, it disappears side. The attack causes great confusion. The opponent suddenly finds themselves without the enemy's presence and are hit by an unexpected attack. The evidence evolved into space-time ninjutsu. In order to draw the power of the Nine Tails sealed underwent guidance from Killer Bee. The training was extremely difficult. First, he had to overcome his own malice. Okay, so this doesn't imply anything. And in an instant, he attacks from behind with an E. What kanji is this? Sorry, what katakana is this? Is that a wa? With E. Sengan. Yeah. I don't know. Only gets data book entries. The FTG might have an entry, but it was only those guards in the third data book. Let's look up Flying Thunder God. Let's look up Flying Thunder God in the Flying Thunder God Raijin. No. Okay, so it's not in character. Well, that was in character files. Let's look at jutsu files. Raijin. Excuse me. Flying Thunder God technique. Okay. Flying Thunder God technique, fourth Raikage's jutsu, the aliens, the yellow flash, a high-speed movement over long distance. It is really space-time movements. Activate the jutsu and use the jutsu formula to mark the destination. Kunai, becomes a sealed. Swiftness that surpasses the body flicker. He saves Kakashi at the same time he leaves the jutsu formula on his opponent's legs. It is not comparable to movement speed. The principle is similar to that of summoning. Okay, so it doesn't specify that. Okay. I should have the FTG there as well. I see what you mean. What determines if a series gets data books? It's mostly just a thing from, like, Shueisha. It's supposed to be like a thing from like Shueisha or Toei, makes mainly just like manga publishers that essentially want to just add a second supplementary source for series, so they have the authors write them down. I assume so. It's just to sell a bit more copies on informations of the series. It's basically just another method for them to like just gain more money. I don't know if necessarily. I don't know. They probably need author's approval, but I don't know if like it's the author that has to put in the. I'm not sure personally if it's like the author has to put it in, has to put in like a request for them to like make it, or if it's something that like Shueisha asks the authors to do themselves. Yeah. I would have to ask them. I have to ask them specifically where exactly the data book entry comes from. But either way, I think that the issue is. I think that the issue I have with like their argument, especially for like the Lightspeed Minato stuff, is that it specifies a Lightspeed slash. But what exactly are we referencing as the slash? Is the slash just the regular Minato attack? Is the slash referencing towards any of that? Because if it's not referencing to anything in particular, I can just take the statement as hyperbolic, since there are attacks that specifically are called Flying Raijin Slash. There are attacks that specifically have a sequence step with the Flying Raijin. For example, the Flying Raijin sequence level 2. So it's like, what exactly is it referencing the Lightspeed Slash? Because if it's specifying, like, let's say, a jutsu specifically, then I can just say that the jutsu itself could be considered Lightspeed and not Minato himself, where Minato probably teleports and attacks at Lightspeed through the use of the jutsu. Or it's, or it probably specifies, just Eon, I read Eon first. I read the high Eon, so I said Eon. This is why I have to, like, not read chat when I'm saying something, man. But anyway, I don't even care what they want to upscale Naruto to high heavens, but difference in interpretation is abysmal. They are sure the Raikage data books is literal, but then not sure the slow beam is a photon. But that's the thing. Their argument for the slowpoke photon is just that they aren't. Oh, we since it's undiscovered. The undiscovered part is the part that gets me because it's essentially just boiling down to, well, it's an undiscovered photon. It's an undiscovered particle, so that means that it must not have all the same properties. But it's like, what exactly implies that it doesn't have all the same properties? The beam is stated to slow all things down, so why should I even remotely entertain the idea that the beam itself flying across speed in a flash-like instant? Yeah, so flash-like instant could again just be pertained to the same thing, where the light speed quote-unquote slash could also be just translated to a flash-like instant. They said it from the descent on, which again literally cap. Minato doesn't have an entry in the second data book, not until the third or fourth. Maybe I don't know, man. Maybe they have a special data book or some shit. I don't know, man. Yeah, we can check out the live. Let me look them up. I didn't want to spend too much time on this. Sage of the Cabs, was it? Yeah. I don't want to spend too much time on this though, because I did want to try and write that down. Blah 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 blah. Where is it? Where is it? They talk about this stuff right here. They bring up the stuff right there. I think I went into like the Raikage stuff around this point right here. Yeah. Was it at some point here? Also, they're scaling for like. Also, I didn't necessarily agree with their scaling for like. Guy and Kakashi being FTL. It's like 8 hours. Yeah. I didn't really agree with their scaling for Guy and Kakashi being FTL because their essential argument was that Guy and Kakashi were keeping up with KCM, Naruto, and Obito, but Naruto only has like light speed movement speed. I don't necessarily have a reason to believe that Naruto can just thrust chakra arms at light speed. Otherwise, I mean, why use Sage Mode for that? He could have just kept. Well, I mean, he didn't have KCM at the time. But the argument was essentially that, like, Guy was keeping up with Obito and Naruto, but they're also basically in stationary. I mean, they're not really necessarily taking a step forward, and Naruto's just stretching out his arm, yet Guy was able to, like, swing his nunchaku around these points right here, saying that, like, the nunchaku speed must be at light speed, but then we can see over here that, where is it? Naruto Ninja War. We can see right here that, like, Naruto and B, especially while fighting the other Jinchuriki, as Guy and the others show up, they're essentially arguing that, like, Guy should be, like, 24 times the speed of light right here, but if Guy was the 24 times the speed of light, then why wasn't he just straight up blitzing Obito by using the gates previously, since Naruto would at best only be light speed around this point? They're basically using Guy at this point, specifically to argue that the gates at this point would be 24 times the speed of light, but then Guy and the others at this point are only traveling at light speed, which wouldn't make any sense because Guy would basically be blitzing all of them. If he's keeping up with them in base, he would just straight up blitz Obito at this point in specific. Like, why wouldn't Guy just blitz them all together? You know what I mean? It just felt kind of weird. Also, that would also be under the assumption that if Guy is keeping up with, that if Kakashi is keeping up with Guy in the 8th gate, sorry, in the 5th gate and then 6th gate afterwards, that would mean that Kakashi has movement speed greater than light speed while using Lightning Blade, which I just straight up don't believe in, and there's just nothing to... I checked out once they said Kaguya was universal. Okay, yeah, they got Guy to, like, dozens of times. Basically, they're using the idea that the gates amplify your powers dozens of times, so they're essentially using the argument that is all fine and good if they forsake the narrative that light speed should damage both Guy and Kakashi. Yeah. There's also the fact that would assume that, like, the Jinchuriki themselves are actually more powerful and faster than Obito, considering Guy was able to quote-unquote keep up with Obito and Naruto, yet needs to use the gates to keep up with the Jinchuriki, even though we know that the Jinchuriki aren't as powerful as Obito to begin with. So, yeah, their scaling is kind of self-evidently contradictory. Yeah. What's the subject today? Well, the subject was to talk about powerlifting, but we're going over a debunk that somebody tried to make yesterday. I'm just trying to find the portion in time. Oh, it was I think it was like somewhere around here. Oh, okay. Let's see over here. I did also agree that, like, yeah, I was just wrong on that end specifically, just because I wasn't sure about it. I don't know who the fuck it was that told me that the which of you guys was it that mentioned that, like, the Naruto data books weren't written by Kishimoto? Was that just me just trying to, like, research that? They didn't even bring up Mabui. I know I put it in the comments and they didn't say anything. Yeah. Also, this was the point where they try to bring up that, like, this information here kind of proves that, like, the data books are consistent, but I never once mentioned that those statements were inconsistent. I was trying to exemplify that that there were data book statements that were separate. Auxiliary, Gotoshi, Gotoki, yeah. He's trying to say that, like, Gotoki is actually primarily used for literal translations instead of it being similes. Okay, so this is around the point where they did talk about the... oh, right here. They say that it's one of these. Let me see. They said that it's this data book entry right here, but I don't know from what data book they're referencing. I think they mentioned it was from, like, the second data book. I remember 6 from Tokyo actually ended up bringing it up at one point. It was farther back up, so I'd have to scroll back on the stream chat. But yeah, the translation says unavoidable speed of light blade node that refers to yellow flash as both high speed technique. Uses calling it light speed as well as his former alias. Kozoku. Let's type in Kozoku into the translator real quick. Translate Kozoku. Oh wait, is it... what was it again? It's a Kouzoku. Okay, so it's Ko with a U. Kozoku. Kozoku. High speed. So Kozoku can also be translated as high speed. Let's look up Japanese grammar. Was it this website? Guide to Japanese introductions. Kozoku, Japanese meaning. Yeah, let's see. High speed. Let's see, Ninko master. Restriction, Kozoku, restriction, restraint. But it can also have a separate meaning. Arrest. That's the kanji. What kanji did it use again? Let's see this. It uses this. Not that one. Not that one. Is there any way... wait. No, because it uses a separate one for that. Kozoku. Let's see. So it uses that specific translation. Kozoku. No, we need... no, because that's a different... Speed of light. Okay, so it does use the kanji for speed of light. Okay, the kanji breakdown. Okay. So 5 times faster. Had someone try to debunk FTL Kizaru with a clip. I also like how... does that mean that KCM1 Naruto and KCM2 are the same speed? If I'm not mistaken, the 12 times Zemp is only either for the 8th gate or for the night guy, not every gate. I think, no, I think it stated that the 8 gates had max power like 100 times. Comics have data books, not just manga. Yeah. Speed, okay. Speed of light, kanji breakdown. I'd have to see the full thing. This is why I hate doing like full-on Japanese translations thing, man. Okay, so here it is. What was the kanji right here? It's that one. So it's... So what's also the translation for Yellow Flash? This refers to Yellow Flash's both high-speed technique that Minato uses it, calling it light speed as his former alias. What is the kanji that they primarily use for Minato as the Yellow Flash? Where was the photo that we used before? Where was the photo that we used before? Let me look that back up. One Piece, Naruto, data book. We have to find that same... Oh, it was Flying Thunder God. Chakra mode. Hiraishin Shu. Shunko. Dai Karewa Hitone. Yeah. Hiraishin Shu. Shometo Konda. Yeah. The One Piece anime isn't canon, while apparently the Boruto anime clips to support the claim for Guy or something. Yeah, but they use it as... But the reason why they're saying that it's not is because they're saying that Oda essentially... They're using an SBS statement to say that, like, Oda... Which I find funny that they say that an SBS statement isn't usable. Sage also says that is no light speed. Well, I just disagree with that. My favorite was One Piece anime ain't canon. You basically have to take it all or nothing, but you use the anime twice to prove their claims. They also said that the anime isn't canon because of an SBS, but then say that the SBS statement for Enel isn't light speed either. So, I don't know. This is one of the reasons why I said that, This is one of the reasons why I said that, like, I don't like the idea of debates. I don't know if I agree with Naruto only having speed of light, travel speed. The point of Naruto dodging is to show that he's ready to fight at the war. It'd be weird if he can't fight at that speed. I mean, does he have a feat that specifically shows that he can punch at light speed? Because, for example, I can say that, like, Luffy can, like, move out of his way from dodging a light speed attack, but I'm not going to sit here and say that Luffy can punch at least in pre-time skip, can punch at light speed. His punches don't necessarily have to equate to the same speed. Attack speed, combat speed, / reaction speed, / movement speed are all different things, right? Why isn't the SBS canon if the data books are canon? You asked them that, not me. I'm probably going to have to bring up the Rayleigh Vivre card. I didn't want to. I did add a new points. You didn't, but I got a few. Well, I didn't want to just use another person's argument, especially if I haven't fully internalized the argument myself, Aura, so sorry for that. I just don't feel comfortable using a person's argument. But the reason why they said that, like, the reason they actually bring it up, like, earlier in the video, the reason why they said that, like, the data books aren't canon was because there was an SBS statement saying that, like, Oda doesn't have control over what happens in the anime, therefore it cannot be canon. But they also then say that, you know, but does that then mean, do they have, like, an actual confirmation that Kishimoto has anything to do with the Naruto anime canon? Because they would have to kind of prove that then Kishimoto has something to do with it. And even then, the anime doesn't necessarily have to be considered non-canon, not to mention, just because Oda has nothing to do with it, especially if they're just taking the source material. Wait, they use the SBS to prove that the anime ain't canon? But they say that the SBS isn't canon. Yeah, they said that the SBS, specifically the one with an L, was one that shouldn't be taken literally. They said that it shouldn't be taken literally, but I do recall them bringing up the let me see it around some point around there. It was definitely early towards the stream. It was definitely that. This is when they're trying to explain why this is them trying to explain why, like, the chakra network, where the chakra network sort of like isn't like necessary or whatever. They also try to bring up something around like this point. Let me see. Oh, right here. Allow me to address a question that comes up a lot. It's about how I am involved in the One Piece anime. But first, I'd like you to be aware of a certain fact. First and foremost, I am a manga artist. I do not create anime, and that's that. But I do help out with character designs for original anime stories and movies based on my manga. I don't really do much. So I entrust the world and the characters of the One Piece, which I created in the manga, to other people. So if he's entrusting it to another person, and by the way, this is why I say that I absolutely fucking despise debating, because people like them in general like to go in very deep into like, you know, definitions. They like to go into like what canonicity is and all that crap, when they basically use this statement right here from the SBS to essentially say that because of what canonicity, the definitions that follow canonicity, and then because of Oda making this statement right here, it essentially says that the One Piece canon isn't, that the One Piece anime isn't canon, which, again, I don't just agree with it, because that doesn't necessarily mean that the One Piece anime isn't canon, since the anime in and of itself can have its own canon, especially if the anime in and of itself has its own statements that specifically, not statements, since the anime has its own pieces of information, or I should say its own level of canonicity through, let's say, the specials, the shorts, etc, 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 right? Like with the 3D2Y, which you can argue it's canon to the anime. They didn't say that the SBS aren't canon. They said that it shouldn't be taken seriously due to how it was formulated and the format of the SBS. Sure, so then why should one SBS statement be taken over another? That's my problem, right? That's the issue that I have. Why should one SBS statement taken over another? You either take the SBSs or you don't. Is canon to the manga too? I see no issue with it. Where is it implied that it's canon to the manga? I'm just not sure if it is. They said that the SBS shouldn't be taken seriously because Oda said a naked eye can't perceive light through, what? It was, yeah, the naked eye can't perceive light, yet what's-his-face Hawkins literally perceives Kizaru's lightspeed kick. So there's a clear contradiction there. That was the thing that Kizaru fed Luffy, which was obviously Oda being mysterious. Yeah. 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 I mean, after that debunk on Foxy, I knew they were buns. Straight up said it's undiscovered, therefore not light. Humans were immune to disease before we discovered viruses. Well, it's not that. It's more so they're saying that because it's undiscovered, it could have potential properties that don't exactly equate it to light speed, but none of that is even remotely implied within the context of the manga, A. And B, it's still an argument made entirely... Can you guys give... Okay, you guys keep saying that it is. It's stated in the official One Piece website, and the special reveals event kept hidden from the manga. Okay, so let's look up One Piece website. Let's look up the One Piece website. Oh, sorry. Is it OnePiece.com? Which one is it? I generally don't know. Is it OnePiece.com? Let's just check it out. First entrance, live action comics, game, card game, One Piece base. The official One Piece website. That the special reveals event, comics, paste the website, fam. Netflix. Okay, official One Piece website. That's for the let's go through the Moink, 99% of the time is better manga feats than Naruto. Foxy says photons. Photons move at light speed. They would only slow down if they touch the medium in the air. Doesn't slow them down. Yeah, they also wanted to say... They also said some BS like, They also said some BS like, Let me just show you guys. Which, this was the part that kind of like... This is the part that like kind of like had me spiral down into like just getting inside my own head. There's a thing where I said that like... They disagree with the Foxy beam, but claim that Kieran's light speed, which is a pure lightning attack. Let me cover that in just a second. They said that the slow beam is clearly not light speed because this cannonball here gets a distance away, but it's never even remotely implied, especially in the previous page, that Hamburg either A, shot the blast after the beam was shot, or B, it's shot after. There is no implication right here in the slightest bit. much damage as an else casual Raigo that does in fact compare if that is if in fact you compare manga panels. Well, let me put it like this, right? Let me put it like this. So one of his arguments was that they fired that this was still traveling and firing right afterwards, but then when I told him that in the anime the cannonball fires first before is fired off before the beam touches them, they want to say, well, the anime isn't canon. Sure, but then they're going off of this position. They're going off of the position. Likes act like he's the only definition. Like there's only one definition for canon when Japan doesn't view it in the same way it does. The Bible even has its own definition of canon. Sage got an ego. Well, here's the part that just pisses me off is just this, because it's like you're basically saying that the cannonball was fired after the beam was already shot. But what is the implication of that? Where is that implied within the manga panels? No, that's just an interpretation, which is why I say power scaling is all about interpretation. If they don't want to give me that the anime implies that the cannon was actually fired before, that the ball was actually already out slightly before, and we went over this during my stream yesterday. You guys could just go back and see it. You can actually see that the beam of light touches it right after the cannon is already out, and then that's when it slows down. But that's my issue, though, right? You don't want to use the anime, but then you're going off of your own interpretation. Then they want to use things like, well, and I'll get to some of this later because of the Kieran stuff. I'll get to that in just a second. Because they also wanted to bring up like the Marineford stuff where like Luffy dodges a beam of light, but he's saying that like, well, it's clearly going above Luffy's head. Like you can clearly tell that the beam is going above Luffy's head, but it's like, are we seriously? Oh, thank you for sending me. Thank you for sending it to me. Plus a shot of translations from it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aura. I really do appreciate you, man. Okay. So, One Piece, onepiece.com/news, we'll just forcibly translate to English. The new trailer released, the 15th anniversary special works TV broadcast. The broadcast will be blah, 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 blah. The broadcast anniversary will be beyond Luffy's friends, The phantom of the episode is depicted in the original anime. In this Summit War, Luffy lost his brother. Planning. This is Luffy's rebirth story. Luffy lost his brother in the Summit battle and has become separated from his friends for 2 years until I reunite with my friends, both in the original work and in the anime. I have been closed in darkness until now. What happened to Luffy during that time? We will reveal the secrets of training, mastery, and Haki in this broadcast. Imagine Luffy. Okay. Let me just read this through. The producer of the TV special got approval from Oda. Attachment 1. Official website states that the long-lost episode hidden from the manga will now be revealed. The use of the word revealed by definition means that the special event occurred in the manga but were hidden until the time of the special's release. Okay. So I'll just take this. Here's a technicality. The special shows the events of the time skip, correct? Yes. They have to agree. It's the whole plot. Is the time skip canon to the One Piece? Yes. They have to agree. It happened in the manga. The only thing in the special reveals to us is the time skip. The time skip is canon, so is the only special that details its events. Okay, so that's from the Konomaka Reiri Bagi Mista Suri Mihoku Perona. They're just naming out characters there. Yada. Okay, so they're just naming out characters. In addition, characters like Rayleigh, Mr. 3, Buggy, Mihawk, Perona, and former Admiral Sakazuki, who haven't appeared in the original work lately, who will also be active in the story after losing his brother. 3D message to commemorate the 15th anniversary. The long-lost episode is finally revealed. Okay. Make reveal. Sure. And so we exchange ideas amongst each other so we can make the episode of the series, and it was a bit of luck to surpass it. The episode of the series has its own parts, but we wanted to make a special episode with an original story. We mainly, the producers and the scriptwriters, thought about it a lot and came to the idea that nothing had yet been pictured from Luffy's 2-year training period. We then asked the people in charge of Fuji TV in Shueisha, had a meeting to start the first stage of production. After asking Oda-sense if it was okay with the idea we had, we got his approval, and since it's appearing on Saturday night, okay, so there is an actual argument for its canonicity. One of the few details in Rayleigh was pictured in the manga. Him blocking the attack of the elephant also happens in 3D2Y. By the way, Aura, you really are a goat for all of this, Aura. I really do appreciate it. Confirmation that the special with the main plot lines of the manga, Oda reviewed the script. Intersect is often synonymous with connect, a verb used earlier in the statement. Teramoto, yes. Also, we face many challenges unique to the anime original. Should we create an entirely independent original story, unrelated to the original manga story, or something we should go that connects to the original manga story? The hardest part is if we just plop down a standalone story about some random island, it loses context. But the story that intersects with the main plot line, like this one, are incredibly difficult to create. Exactly. That's why, besides asking Mr. Oda to draw original artwork for World, our greatest enemy, we also had him review the script, and we gave it our absolute all. I see. That sounds exciting. I'm curious about Luffy's training and the character World. Teramoto, thank you. Thanks for us. The statement also notes that World reveal, which means to make previously unknown secret information to known, meaning that rather than aimlessly writing a story, the special will fill in the gaps at otherwise undisclosed events. Okay, again, yeah. And then 3D2 White, like other arcs, is compressed into specials, is included and recommended chronologically. Chronological reviewing the order of official One Piece websites, while movies aren't. Okay, so East Blue, episode Oburfi, episode Nami, Chopper, Alabasta, Skypiea, Mary, Another Fellow Story, Ace Beyond Death, episode Sabo, The Three Brothers Reunite, Miraculous. Okay, gotcha. Let's just see real quick. Wait, are they saying 3D2Y is canon? They're essentially saying that they got confirmation from Oda before they went through the approval for it. Let's just translate. Okay, key points. I watched episode Nami with the director. Watch episode Nami, tearful. Back to the introduction of the sidecast. Yeah. So Mr. Katsuhira and director Katsumi Tokoro, episode Nami, together will also ask you to talk about the memories. They're making older episodes. A special guest director, Ami, thank you. We'll watch the episode. Mr. Tokoro is a veteran staff member directing TV anime since the early days, and is in addition to episode, you're also director of episode Mary. Both of them were broadcast as a TV special, but you were in charge of the TV show. No, but we'll be informed you. Okay. The character design was also remade from scratch at the time. I thought it was interesting to remake the old episode with the current picture. Actually, the character design is really a little more realistic, so I made the background realistic accordingly. Okay. Okay, so this is just like an interview between them going over like the special. A chronological order of episodes of the series. Some of the contents are before and after. Okay, episode East Blue. Yeah. Also, YouTube channel, One Piece, there are no commercials in the middle, so it's a good focus. Okay, do you have a favorite work, which is still canon to the series? Yep. So he doesn't even know how to scale, he's just biased. I think he knows how to scale, I just don't agree with the scaling, but that's because it's all about interpretation, right? And something I'd just like to add is that, like, okay, so this is what I mean when I said, by the way, don't mind in the game. Oh, also, to talk about the Kieran stuff, to talk about the Kieran stuff real quick. So, they wanted to say that, like, it's not an inflection on, like, speed itself, since they're just mentioning, like, a time frame of, like, how fast lightning is. But, just to be, like, clear about one thing, because they did ignore this point right here. And it's this. They try to go into this idea that, like, okay, the jutsu cannot be evaded, and that Black Zetsu isn't an actual reliable source within the context of it. I know that him and Six went into, like, a whole back and forth about it, because they were talking about how Amaterasu is also stated to be unavoidable. But the reason why Amaterasu is stated to be unavoidable by Black Zetsu, and again, whether or not you believe that it falls under interpretation, is because if Black Zetsu knows what Amaterasu is capable of, and he knows what the average ninja and shinobi is also capable of, then by all intents and purposes, it should be unavoidable. If every single shinobi that has ever been caught with the jutsu, or in general, if most shinobi that would be caught with the jutsu, then it's a generalization of the jutsu, not exactly the rule. It doesn't necessarily have to be a rule that the jutsu is unavoidable, but it's a general consensus, at least for Black Zetsu, that, again, generally speaking, it should be an unavoidable attack. And with the same logic, if he's saying, which is why it cannot be avoided. Why not? The speed of lightning is 1/1000th of a second. It's faster than sound. It's even if you want to say, well, he's not exactly stating that the speed of the jutsu is lightning. He's also, because they just want to ignore the fact, it's stated twice right here. Sasuke has tamed lightning, and Sasuke right here says, this jutsu guides the lightning strike down from the heavens. In short, I merely direct it towards you. They deliberately lure Itachi out to create the generated heat. He doesn't have to use his own chakra, but just takes advantage of the enormous ambient atmospheric energy to create a lightning-style jutsu, which means, doesn't Amaterasu spawn on the person? No, Amaterasu travels. Amaterasu does innately travel. It doesn't necessarily spawn, it does travel, and you can also kind of see it here, especially since we know for a fact that Sasuke does inherently move before the Amaterasu, which could also be considered a, since you can see right here that when Itachi, just before Itachi uses Amaterasu, Sasuke moves out of the way first. He starts to run, and then you can see that Amaterasu starts to travel down. Amaterasu does travel. It does. It doesn't just spawn on you. You could argue that maybe it tries to spawn on the original intended target, but it does have to travel to an extent, right? Like you said, it fades in, right? But here's the other thing, right? Sasuke also moves beforehand, so yeah. But anyway, again, something that they just actively chose to, like, ignore. Isn't Itachi missing on purpose? You can argue that Itachi does miss on purpose, but he also does deliberately try to catch Sasuke. Whether or not he caught Sasuke, like, before or afterwards, I think Sasuke could have probably tried to do, like, the snake thing. Although, you can make the argument that he probably tried to miss on purpose so he could catch Sasuke's wing only. If in the case that, Sasuke probably wouldn't have been able to survive unless he just caught the wing itself. But, that, again, just goes into how you choose to interpret the whole scene to go down. Anyway, yeah, these guys blatantly just tried to ignore the fact that, again, I can see that you're out of chakra. You use Orochimaru's substitution jutsu to evade my Amaterasu. You're skillful, but you use too much chakra. Yeah, I don't have any chakra left, right? So Itachi, at least, their debunks can be genuinely called nothing burgers. In some senses, yes. But yeah, Sasuke doesn't necessarily have to use his own chakra for this jutsu. Doesn't matter whichever one it is, it'll be a completely different scale than anything anyone can do from chakra nature, from a change in chakra nature alone, right? So, there it is. They completely chose to ignore the fact that Sasuke specifically states right here, in short, I merely direct its power to you. They also went to say, the argument that, well, it's a fucking lightning dragon, so he clearly has to be doing something with it. But again, if he's only guiding the lightning, then Sasuke can just offer a change in chakra transformation. And I'm not going to sit here and believe that Sasuke, with absolutely no chakra whatsoever, is just randomly increasing the chakra. Because once again, I can see that you're out of chakra. Yeah, I don't have any chakra left. So I have no reason to entertain the idea that Sasuke, even if he's using his Chidori to simply mold the lightning itself into a giant lightning dragon, I have no reason to believe that, again, the jutsu has to be light speed. Especially if, once again, all he's doing is merely directing it. Merely, in short, implies that that is the only thing he's doing. He is just directing it. He's not enhancing it. He's not making it more powerful. He is just taking all of the lightning from the entirety of the thunderstorm and just simply throwing it all down at once. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to cover too much on it, especially since I only heard so many arguments from them up until a point where I just started to nod out. I was like, okay, I just don't want to deal with this. It's also one of the reasons why I don't like to do debates in general, because it's also like this sort of pseudo intellectual, like intellectualism, where like a person's just trying, or like the guy's trying to use like all these like, could it be, is Eon reading Naruto instead of doing mental gymnastics? Yeah, I mean, bro, but you know what gave me whiplash? When a dude recommended people to read philosophy so they can better understand these stories. I mean, you don't really need to. That shit is coming off an exhausted Sasuke. No reason it should be its maximum stated speed. Well, it's not even about its maximum stated speed. It's more so just the fact that, again, if all Sasuke is doing is merely directing it, I have no reason to believe that it's anything faster than the lightning bolt. And if the data books are saying that it is, when it's clearly contradicting the idea that Sasuke, again, is just merely directing the lightning. This is also without going into conversations about how Amaterasu is supposed to be as hot as the sun, and yet the people that get hit by it, whether the people that get hit by it, the trees that get hit by it, don't instantly just evaporate and burn into nothingness. Because if you're putting the temperature of the actual sun onto a leaf of a tree, it's just instantly incinerating, but we know that wasn't the case for any of the flames, unless you're expecting me to believe that every single one of these events that are transpiring throughout the entirety of the Sasuke versus Itachi fight, specifically from the moment that Itachi misses the first flame up until everything that's happening here, including Sasuke activating the running away from the Amaterasu, the tree spreading, Sasuke running away from the Amaterasu, running around it, throwing up fireball jutsus, throwing all that stuff up, then jumping all the way up there, then doing all of this stuff, then dropping down this lightspeed blast, quote-unquote lightspeed blast. I'm somehow supposed to believe that all of that is happening in less than, I don't know, a split second, because all of those trees should have instantly been incinerated. Unless you're now telling me that those trees have the capacity. You dummy, don't you know? Everyone is lying in that chapter. Tis, tis, tis. What do Sasuke, Itachi, and Zetsu know? Yeah. I wouldn't be that bad if they weren't so arrogant and didn't duck once debunked. No accountability for yapping nonsense. I mean, I don't know. How Sage claim Guy light speed while a kunai throw by Rock Lee intercepted between Guy and a TSO. Yeah, with no feats whatsoever to even remotely imply that Rock Lee can throw a kunai at light speed. Yeah. I don't know what they did for those arguments. I don't personally really care. It's not really my prerogative at this point. They can believe whatever they want. He was saying something about, like, where you have to do, like, it was something like, contextual writing, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, dude, it's weird because the damage is tailed beast, but more than a random samurai. Yeah, like, and here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. If the flames, once again, if the flames, like, melted off all of the armor first, if the flames evaporated, for example, if they evaporated the water that Killer Bee was on immediately, if they instantly incinerated all of these trees, I would be willing to say, okay, well, you know, things like Amaterasu being as hot as the sun, you know, okay, completely plausible. Things like Kirin being light speed, even though Black Zetsu, once again, is making a comparison between lightning being that level of speed, being 1/1000th of a second, so on and so forth, it's faster than sound, yada, yada, yada. If all of those things, at least, you know, were stated to be, like, or at least somewhat implied within the context of the manga, I would be okay with it, right? I would have no issue to have certain problems with certain data book statements, but even then, they also wanted to use, like, the definition of, like, Gotoki by saying that, like, according to native speakers, it's actually used more literally. But even when you go into the Gotoki Japanese grammar simile, even when you go to, like, the conversation of, like, Gotoki, which again is to mark a simile, like, as if, a resemblance, analogy, similarity, right? I want to fly like a bird, right? You can even see it here that in many of criticism like fire, for a beginner like me, like, some of these can be considered more literal, some of these can be considered more figurative, right? None of these as stated above, as usual, stuff like that, right? He's basically using this idea. I mean, I don't know, this website's basically using the meaning right here is similarity, analogy, you know, resemblance, but not direct. This one right here also likes to use like, as if, the same as, right? Like, as if, or the same as. But then many of the translations that you see right here, the car siren part, the police car siren parted the traffic like a knife. That's a simile. When I weeded the garden on a hot day, I sweat like a waterfall. That's a simile. We can't let something like this happen again. I think that would be more literal, although I wouldn't say that necessarily. Okay, that one necessarily doesn't fall under the context of simile. Will someone with no experience like me be some? Okay, that's more of a literal use, right? This idea that he's saying that, well, native speakers that I've spoken to say that they use it more directly, but then when you go to the English translation, you all can also see that almost light speed, or almost the speed of light, if anything, actually, the English translation, if anything, kind of falls in line more so with it being, the English translation, at least, more so falls in line with it being more of a simile than anything else, because it says almost light speed, whereas the, again, Japanese translation says light like, which would again imply it is either the speed of light or it's very fast. So then we kind of again come to an issue, right? We kind of once again just come into this BS issue of like, okay, so The English translation is saying almost the speed of light, but the Japanese translation says light. But the Japanese translation uses gotoki, which again can be either a simile or a literal comparison. But I'm going with the simile comparison because not only is again many of the examples that are used within the context of these comparisons, which I keep showing you guys. These comparisons, what I keep showing you guys. Many of these comparisons right here are all similes, right? She's acting as if she were a queen, right? But she's not a queen. It's only natural for people to forget a guy like him. And even when you look at the ones where like it's not a literal comparison, right? The ones where it's like a literal comparison. I won't lose to a youngster like you. I won't forget a guy like him. What's another one? The thief ran out of the store with lightning speed. Okay, that's clearly a simile, right? But all the ones that are used specifically, like like this one, like we can't let something like this happen again. Will someone with no experience like me be able to finish? Even those examples right there don't ever make a comparative standpoint. Like once again, they don't make a comparative standpoint where, once again, they're comparing to things more so they're saying something like me, something like that, something like you, but they're not exactly using it like a comparison like these where it's like, I sweat like a waterfall, or I sweat like or the police sirens cut traffic like a knife. So again, if it's using the term like, and again, it's using the gotoki, you could take it as literally, sure, but even the English translation, which is, again, I don't give a flying fuck if it's English versus the Japanese. The English translation isn't even saying that they're light speed. So once again, if the English translation isn't saying that they're light speed, in a lot of the examples that I'm showing you, where, again, I just have to apparently take their word for it that Japanese people use it mostly as a simile, mostly as a direct comparison, but even with the direct comparisons that we see during that website, they're not exactly comparing two things. They're more so saying that someone like him, a youngster like me, etc. They're not actually using it to compare two different objects. Then why the fuck would I believe that the statement is inherently being used as a literal translation? But again, they don't have anything pushing back on that. Like he said, I don't have anybody pushing back on me, so like he said, he does, since they're kind of just, again, going off of what each other's saying, and they're not exactly contradicting one another, like how he says you should have somebody contradict you, they're just going with this idea that the statement has to be literal, man. I don't know, the part about yesterday's guys that pissed me off the most was that they pretended intent sensing is some advanced application of observation where it's literal basic application. Did they say that? I kind of zoned out after a while. Zetsu is literally a physical manifestation of Kaguya's more knowledge than everyone in Naruto. You're slowly understanding why I don't claim to be a power skiller and don't do debates. I'm always down for a combo, but debates are usually for people who want to do gotcha moments instead of coming to an understanding. And that's the thing, right? And that's what I've always said. I don't like debates because it usually comes down to this again, pseudo intellectualism of, like, again, using big words to try and make yourself sound like you're somehow the super smart dude that understands the pseudo philosophies that exist within the manga series and trying to understand what the author's quote unquote intent is through trying to read all this crap. But at the end of the day, it's like, bro, you're not the author. All I'm saying is you can kind of read the author's intent from what you're reading within the context of the series, and everything that I read from Naruto, especially reading through the context of Naruto, does not imply that most of these characters are light speed in the slightest bit. They're out here telling me the guy is 24 times the speed of light or some shit. 24, 26, 36, whatever the fuck value they use in terms of dozens of times faster than the speed of light, but it's like, that's not implied anywhere within the series. And also, Naruto versus Obito, when Naruto was fighting against he was running first and then immediately speeds up instantly to blitz. He never just instantly goes into an instant blitz from KCM on its own. And whenever he does blitz anybody, he's always coming in from behind, or he's already attacking the Zetsu clones. Naruto, the only time that you really see Naruto try to blitz someone that, like, visually is when he goes against, like, the third Raikage, and even against him, he doesn't flicker in the same way that he flickered against Ace. So it's like, why should I believe that he's doing the same thing, especially with chakra arms, to Obito? I don't know, man. What's going to be the logical reasoning and empirical set of evidence that substantiates upon and justifies the proposition? Go ahead. Yeah, exactly. When you use shit like that, I'm just like, I just zone out because I'm like, dude, you're trying to make this something bigger than it is. We're just having two different ends of interpretation for a single series, and I think that's completely fine. But I don't know, man. Y'all throw words out of the window and get into a rind. Winner is right. You don't know how much I pay to see that fight? Oh, into a ring. Y'all throw words out of the window and get into a ring. I'd probably get my ass beat. I'm a pacifist by nature. You're referencing the Raikage stuff. It says he's fast in the sense that light is fast, not that I'm as fast as lights, but rather light is fast, so am I. Yeah, light likes speed. Yeah, I don't know, man. And then they want to do the comparison with the Minato statement, but I can't find the Minato statement anywhere, and I don't know exactly from what data book the Minato statement comes in, since I haven't been able to find it on any of the other data book entries, so fuck me, I guess. Part about yesterday's guys that pissed me off is that they pretend and oh yeah, I already read that. I could understand if you had given Law future sight, but you literally just gave him the bare minimum of observation Haki. Also, speaking about the observation Haki stuff, I hated that fucking argument, dude. That argument was so fucking disingenuous. Oh, Law doesn't actually really use observation Haki. Never really seems to be shown using it. He's probably even worse than the fucking Amazon Lily chicks. Oh, okay, so the guy that literally has to fight people way more powerful than the Amazon Lily chicks just doesn't use or know observation Haki. And by that logic, Kaido, Big Mom, Zoro, hell, fucking Katakuri, they must have trash regular observation Haki, because Kaido is only ever seen using future sight, and Katakuri's only ever seen using future sight, and Zoro and Big Mom literally are never shown using future sight. Like, what kind of an argument is that, bruv? What kind of an actual argument is that? Do we ever see Cat Viper or what's his face? Do we ever see Cat Viper or Dogtooth? What the fuck was his name? But the question is good. Law can sense presence inside of his room even without Haki. Law literally went out of his way to find Big Mom. Law literally went out of his way to look for Big Mom through his observation Haki. What are we talking about here? Yeah, I don't disagree with your takes. Kizaru versus Luffy. Why don't you agree that Kaido blitzes Luffy better than Kizaru? Because he does. Yeah, because he does. He literally blitzes Luffy objectively better than Kizaru does. Kizaru never ever blitzes Luffy to the same exact, to Gear 5 Luffy, I should specify, to the same exact extent that Kaido did. Luffy was literally running at Kaido. Kaido blitzes Luffy even faster. Luffy looks at him with, like, awe, and then he smashes his head into the ground before he loses Gear 5. There are different types of power scalers. There's I can get power scalers who go for the highest interpretation despite inconsistency, and I think they are consistently power scalers. So you told me basic vision Law got cracked perception, so imagine if he actually uses observation. Read my last message, the stance on... Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, Memento. Naruto is the most hyperbolic of all shonen. I don't know if Naruto is the most hyperbolic, but yeah. It wouldn't be bad if they weren't so... Okay, no, I read that. Those trees, it's painfully common when you're the guy arguing who hasn't read One Piece and is just being fed someone else's debunks fueled by confirmation bias. You're slowly understanding. It's not even slowly understanding, because I've always agreed with you, Jeff. That's why I don't do... Yes, they said Naruto's precognitive is similar or better than observation. How the fuck do they come to that conclusion? That's the thing. Here's the thing, right? And here's the thing. I would be fine with somebody saying that if there was a way to quantifying how good somebody's, I guess, precognitive abilities are, but there's no confirmation of it, man. There's no way to quantify how good someone's observation Haki is in comparison to, like, let's say, the Sharingan or fucking Sage Mode sensing, but I can 100% tell you that precognition from observation Haki is better than observation Haki is better than Sharingan, because the Sharingan needs you to see the opponent, keep track of their movements, and be able to keep track of their specifically to be able to keep track of their physical movements. Meanwhile, observation Haki, you can have your fucking eyes closed. Pretty sure you need top tier Boruto top tier replicate One Piece future sight. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like a lot of their arguments were really not that good. And I feel like a lot of them, again, had zero pushbacks, and they were both just kind of vibing off of each other. And the guy that was, like, reading off of One Piece, saying that, like, again, the whole undiscovered particle thing just means that they're not light speed. Like, no. Don't get me with some bullshit like, oh, well, we don't know if they're... We don't know if, like, if all the properties of the photons are the same. My brother in Christ, wallahi... Are you telling me that instead of actual evidence, you're just saying, well, since it's undiscovered, it must not be as fast? Because that's what you're arguing. No. What I'm arguing is, it's undiscovered, therefore we don't know all of the properties. Okay, so let me understand this properly. So we don't know all the properties, so you're still basing your conclusion based on things that you don't know, on assumptions of things that you don't know, but again, the series is consistently stating it to be light like... beams of light. I will gladly debate him on a statement too. I don't think it means what he says it means. I mean, undiscovered particles is not an argument in general. It means nothing. It genuinely means nothing. Wasn't very smart and consistently fed bullshit by Steven, who read One Piece. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is the second time that I've seen one of these guys, one of these like dudes that try to debunk my videos. This is like the second time I've seen one of these dudes that debunk my videos. Have someone that reads One Piece, and again, you guys can't see me, but I'm doing like air quotes where they say that they read One Piece, and yet they just downplay it to no end. I don't know, man. A faster, stronger Gear 4 and Gear 5 Luffy. Kizaru tanked a stronger star gun than Kaido, and both of them were knocked onto the ground. Fair enough, but Kizaru did not blitz Gear 5. Luffy and Kaido did, so what do you want me to tell you? Kizaru did not hard blitz Luffy twice, and Kaido did. The air quote around reads is insane. Yeah. Like, I hope you're not referencing most likely it's definitely till it is or has been stated to not be used. It's never stated CLC gives you a speed amp, only AP. Well, it's not stated to give you an AP amp either, but Luffy's outperforming himself in 4th gear and keeping track of Kaido better than he was in 4th gear, so I would argue it does amp speed. Kizaru was literally blocking each individual Hydra attack from Gear 4. Yeah, and Kaido literally dodged all of Hydra. He literally dodged Hydra as a giant dragon, so what's your point? Kizaru only blitzed Luffy also in 4th gear, with Kaido also did, so again, you still don't really have an argument, Akaden. Photon, effect of electrons. It has 0 mass. It has mass. It can't be a photon. But yeah. Without eyes, what Uchiha can do? I don't know, man. Alright, guys, I kind of want to move past this conversation. Also, it wouldn't exactly call it rat scaling, so people just choose to ignore low ends in favor of high ends and dismiss them accordingly. Usually because most people wouldn't stop them from it. Oh. Anyway, I kind of just want to move past this conversation. I kind of don't want to talk about it anymore. I kind of just want to move on from it because it's really not that important. It's like the noodles thing. I don't want to make it a bigger deal than it really is. I mean, they are definitely welcome to have whatever opinions that they have. I don't personally agree with a lot of their takes. I think that a lot of their takes could have easily been debunked, and if he was really someone who wanted to have somebody to give him pushback on many of his takes, I would give him pushback on some of his. I'm very much so fine with you guys giving me pushback on my takes and them on some of the stuff, but I genuinely just don't agree with a lot of the stuff that they said. I generally don't agree with a lot of their interpretations. This is also why I like to go with low-end scaling. This is also one of the reasons why, and I've expressed this before, and this is one of the reasons, faster and stronger Gear 4 Luffy. Remember, okay, sure. And I agree that Luffy can be faster and stronger, but again, Kizaru only blocks the hits. Kaido is a massively larger dragon who dodges all of the hits after willingly tanking them, then blitzes Luffy twice. Kizaru never blitzes Luffy. Debating, sure, and debating you can claim whatever you want and just hope their audience isn't more knowledgeable, but power scaling, I look at more of an more objective sense. But that's the thing. I don't like debates for that very issue because it's never about coming to like a fair or like a reasonable conclusion or both of you at least having a conversation over it. It's usually just, can I find a moment where the other person finds any kind of can I find any kind of weakness in the other person's argument, quote unquote, or can I catch the other person in a situation that they might not have thought of entirely? Not even in terms of like their own scaling, more so in terms of like an argument that they haven't been given before, so now you just watch them crumble, and it's like, well, no, that doesn't necessarily... Maybe that could make you a better debater, but that doesn't necessarily make you a better scaler. It's not about what's true, it's about what you can argue and what somebody can slip up and concede. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I don't like the concept of debating, yeah, because that's what a stalemate would be. Because that's what a stalemate would be? Are you referencing that, like, unless you catch the person in that, it'll just be a stalemate? Well, that's the thing. It'll always be a stalemate because you're never changing each other's minds. It's not so much a stalemate. You're just winning some bullshit debate. This is why I don't like debates. They don't mean anything in the end of the day. Sure, you could say that either of them could potentially be a better debater than me. I don't personally care who's a better debater. I don't care about any of that. I just want a power skill and I just want to come to my own conclusions. I'm not here to be fed information by somebody else, which is often why I don't like using other people's arguments. I want to use my own arguments. I want to read the information, come to a conclusion from myself and for myself, and then come to it, man. And scaling are two different things. You can be a great debater, but a shit scaler. I mean, yeah. And also, a lot of the times you can also make debates, and a lot of the times you can also just make a lot of claims that are just straight up disingenuous throughout debates. I mean, you can basically debate points that are just completely not backed up in any narrative sense. You can also just make claims that are completely backed up, not backed up in any narrative sense, and you can still win a debate. I remember Six, one of our mods, he was telling me about how like he argued Uni Black Clover or like something. It was like something Asta. It was like some crazy thing Asta. And or he was like, well, it's not narratively implied that Asta's like this powerful by like he with our debates from like a couple days ago, where he was like, I think it was on Tuesday, where he was like, I obviously he doesn't believe that like Asta is narratively X amount of powerful within like the first arc, but he did debate one of our other members. And he won the debate. Like, the other one person conceded. It's like, again, is Asta actually like multiversal or whatever in the first arc? No, he doesn't believe it either. But he won the debate. I had a guy ask me to prove Gear 4 is a stat buff and not just aesthetic. He said before the debate even started he knows nothing about the series. He was exclusively using rhetoric. Unironically is island level. I don't know about that. Listen, I don't know about that. I'm not here to like really give any claims on how powerful Asta is, but like, again, it's never that's the thing. I would more so like to just see. My thing is, I know you're joking, but my thing is, I most often like to just see where a person's thought process is in regards to scaling. That's why I also try to push the idea that like if somebody's going to come in here to these streams and just going to be like, no, Eon, true, but didn't Kaido's Haki get stronger while fighting Luffy? Kaido technically got a Haki bloom. No, Kaido just got drunk and he was just revving up. You can't. I don't know if you're going to argue that Kaido's got a Haki bloom. I mean, you can argue that Kaido had a Haki bloom if you want, but the Haki bloom was when he was already getting drunk. It's not necessarily after Luffy was going through Gear 5. So you can't really argue that Kaido got a Haki bloom through Gear 5. If anything, you could just argue that what's the word? He was refueling his Haki. He was refueling his stamina specifically because he started getting drunk. Once he started getting drunk, you could tell that his Luffy was saying that his Haki was getting stronger too. You can argue that Luffy also like restarted himself when he revived himself as well. As long as we agree, Dark Tournament Yusuke victimizes everyone in the 4th Great Ninja War on both sides simultaneously. I don't know anything about Yu Yu Hakusho. I'll agree for now, sure. I don't even know where Asta scales, because I hear solar system. I hear bro solar when they say he's planetary, so I'm confused. Yeah, I don't know Black Clover scaling like that yet. I'm not going to make any claims on it. But anyway, my thing is that like that's why like I want to like sit down and actually break down a person's logic and see like where exactly they're coming from, because it's like, okay, it's not about debating you. It's not about having it's about, okay, I just want to understand where your mind is coming from. I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm not trying to see it. I'm just trying to see if your logic can change my mind, in all honesty. These guys are not worth the attention. They are perfect examples of why power scaling is so toxic today. I don't know, man. I don't know if they're perfect examples of why power scaling is toxic, because I don't want to give them that either. I'm not going to sit here and say that they were entirely being disingenuous, although I don't think that, once again, I don't think that I don't think that you can genuinely say Kakashi can move, run, or fight at the speed of light. I just don't agree with that. I don't think anything even remotely implies it. But, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. The debunk just had me in a fucked up mood yesterday. Not from a perspective that I feel like they were really getting me like any points. At that point in the series, I have him at star level and roughly 26,000 times FTL. Damn! I guess he's a Luffy victim! I don't know. That's crazy, because I can get Gear 4 ACOC Luffy on the rooftop to 27,000 times the speed of light. So technically speaking, Luffy is like 1,000, is like, what's 26, what's 27 divided by 6? Like point... like 1 point something, like 1.1 something. I don't know. I was gonna make some stupid joke. Funnily enough, some of the guys from their chat are the same who regularly annoy you in the stream, like the Obito profile picture guy. The guy that kind of blew minds was the Billy dude. What, dude? That dude was fucking annoying. And like, here's the thing. I even admitted it yesterday. Like I've said before, people think I don't get it when I'm wrong. I thought that the data books weren't entirely written by Kishimoto. Apparently they were. I don't know who the fucking stream was the one who fucking fed me that, and I just kind of kept going with it. But fuck it. I'm fine with the data books being written by Kishimoto. Sure, that's fine. I don't personally care. I'll admit when I'm wrong. You know what? Fine. It's okay. Don't make me get immeasurable speed on you, buddy. Alright, alright, alright. You don't need to hold a gun to my fucking head, Aura. Jesus. Alright, if you're gonna give him immeasurable speed, that's fine. That's fine. Well, technically speaking, Luffy and the others were... Luffy and Nami were stuck inside, what's-his-face's, Montdoor's book. And time doesn't flow within Montdoor's book. So, and Luffy was moving inside Montdoor's book, so I can technically get Luffy to immeasurable speeds as well. Technically, I can get Luffy to immeasurable speeds. Base Luffy, mind you. Off topic, but can anybody tell me when the Wano raid gets good at the Mink fight right now? The Wano raid gets good after Luffy first gets knocked out by Kaido. After Luffy first gets removed by Kaido, then you can make the argument. Gabiru D. Rat has the best videos on Haki. Can you react to his armament Haki video? Dude, I just want to write a script and just finish the day. I had a long day. I got a fucking vaccine. And the doctor told me I had to get a second vaccine this week for a procedure I gotta get done. Dude, if I get... I'm tired. I've been up since 3 a.m. I'm sorry, random. Maybe next week when I stream. I'll likely stream next week. Just let me know. Just remind me whenever I do that. Like Tuesday onward, if you show up, just remind me, please. I'll check it out. I'm gonna get back to working. Loki versus Akainu, who wins? Based on overall stats, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, Loki. Akainu is like nothing right now. Bro is double vaxxed to Brazy. I had to get it. Okay, the first vax was just to get. The first vax was just like a flu shot or whatever. Nothing happened from that one. I do feel like a tiny bit of pain in my arm when I raise it, but that's fine. The second arm is supposed to be for like the shingles because I need it for a procedure, and it's on my other arm. And she said that I might show symptoms and I might end up catching like a cold or something. So I don't know how I'm gonna feel this week because I do have something planned for Monday. I just hope I don't actually get sick from it. That's the one thing about vaccines I don't fuck with. Like, if they make you sick for a little bit, I just don't fuck with that. Because I was already sick a couple weeks ago. Eon becoming wise day by day. But, yeah. The last thing I just wanted to say was that, like... which was the first thing I tried to bring up on stream. Which was that, just in general... No, you're fine. Just in general, please, you need to do something. Yeah, I'm gonna just say anybody versus Akainu. I'm just gonna say the other person, because Akainu has, like, 1 feet, man. And that's just fighting against... That's fighting and losing against Whitebeard. That's really what it is. Well, yeah, I guess he also beat the Whitebeard pirates, but I'm not going to sit here and say that Marco the Phoenix is as powerful as, I love my desk more. Fair. I'm not going to sit here and say that Marco the Phoenix is as powerful as a Yonko. Remember the first time I got into power scaling? I watched Naruto versus Luffy on YouTube. So many Naruto scales on here. So Naruto wins to that point. I thought Naruto was stronger until I saw you and Stein Nixos. Oh, that's nice. Well, I'm happy we could slightly change your mind. Something that I did... So back to, like, the start of the video. Something that I did want to mention is just that I don't... After yesterday's 9-day stamina feat against another top tier 2... Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's also true. It was 10 days, right? No, it was 10 days. It wasn't 9 days. It was 10 days. But, like, my thing is just this, right? One thing I kind of just got reminded of yesterday, besides just the idea that I genuinely don't fuck with debates, dude, is that trying to talk to a person and trying to, like, debate with them, or quote-unquote debate, argue with them, or, like, trying to, like, debunk them or whatever, or, like, trying to, like, substantiate your points while on chat is extremely fucking annoying. So to anyone that, like, I've had conversations with in chat, even if they're not here, to anyone that I've had conversations with in chat before where it was, like, extremely difficult for them to, like, you know, have a back and forth with me, I do want to say, even if they never see this, like, I do want to apologize, because I was reminded of yesterday how annoying that shit was, because I remember I tried to do it once with Noodles, and like 2 years ago. That shit was annoying. I tried to do it again. Yeah. Always ask them to prove FTL Naruto only using the manga, no data books. They can't and will cry from personal experience. Yeah. But I am gonna try to be. I'm gonna try to have like a bit more patience with people that do come in here like running, like they do try to come in here with like guns blazing, trying to say that blah blah blah. You're biased as fuck. Naruto is stronger. You downplay them. Yeah, like all that crap, all that bullshit. I'll probably try to be nicer with them. I'll try to like work through their logic first and foremost. You're the GOAT for real, Giga Chad right now for real. I appreciate that, man. I don't really see that as that. I'm just seeing it as more like just certain introspection. Like at some point you have to like just see yourself and see the points in which you feel like you might be like either in the wrong or you feel like you might be or you feel like you could just do better. Something I've told myself is that if there are moments where I feel like I can do better, I'll try to do my best to like, move on from that and then say, yeah, I meant they were perfect examples of the arrogant scalers who spew bullshit. I know French, head at. I see you. But yeah, I'm more of the type of person that like if I ever act out of order or I ever like act in a certain way, I do try to like I do try to be a bit like introspective with that stuff, and I do try to like come back later and say whether or not either honestly you're the best power scaler or no. I appreciate that, dude. That's quite kind of you. I could also try to do a bit better to do my research, especially because I definitely did not know about the fucking Minato Lightspeed, the Lightspeed slash statement or whatever. But again, I don't know what the fuck that references to, so fuck it. That statement still means absolutely jack shit to me. Sage Wheel with a 10 times, so 10 times 2 equals 20, times 5 equals 100. Where'd you get the 5 times from? Did you get the 5 times from KCM2? Because KCM2 is not Lightspeed. KCM2 2 times Lightspeed, 10 times. I'll be back in just a second. I'm gonna get some like mochi or something. I need something in my stomach right now because I did have breakfast very early. Wait! I have mangoes! No, I'll leave those for later. I'll definitely leave those for later. Mochi! Mochi, 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 mochi. Oh! Yo, my mom is so fucking goated. Okay. Okay. So, my mom got some more of these like strawberry ice cream pops. They're basically just water, strawberries, and sugar cane. So like it's not the most unhealthy kind of form of like ice cream popsicle. I like it. They're nice, they're refreshing, and I like eating them before I go to bed. I don't know about a slash, but the Raikage is just stated to be not inferior to the Yellow Flash, which some represent as being equal. Well, I'm not referencing that. I'm referencing more so Bean Ice Pop. All right, that's a timeout. Getting cans of beans is crazy. Getting cans of beans is absolutely crazy. That's a 1 minute timeout for you, sir. Okay, let me have one of these mochi first. Or the slash thing I'm referencing was from like before, where I mentioned that one of them talked about like a data book statement with Minato in it. It specifies like a Godspeed slash. Fuck the haters. They're fine. Yeah. Not something to do with Mifune. It has something. It was like a statement. They said it was like a statement from Minato from like the second data book. Fuck, I'm not looking it up. They said it was like some kind of like oh, this guy's nice. The sheer stupidity of using a joke from an SPS to justify any realm where Nami and Usopp are Lightspeed is beyond pathetic. Wow, that person's upsetting spaghetti. It was a reference in the second data book to like Minato as the Yellow Flash, and it says he has a light speed. It has like something light speed, but it never specifies what exactly, and it's apparently supposed to be like some. It never specifies. Do I like Monster? No, I don't drink energy drinks. I used to take them in college. They are... I don't know. I mean... Let me see actually my own stream. Let me see something real quick. I'll probably... I'll just look at my own stream, because my stream's shorter, so I can probably just have it up. Sorry about that. Sorry about the chewing sounds, by the way. The statement Minato says mows down enemies like a flash of lightning. No. I'll show it to you. Good thing it's muted. Oh, right. Some point around here. Ah, it's right here. It was a random statement that they have right here. Never saw this one before. This actually would have changed a lot of my scaling if I knew about it before. I know it's being covered right here, but it says the yellow flash of the leaf, an unavoidable speed of light blade technique that shines brilliantly on the battlefield. Its dazzling name is the former title of the 4th Hokage. Yeah. This, by the way, I don't know, man. I asked them, what exactly does this reference? And they said they don't know. I don't know. Yeah, they said they have the scan or the translation. They have it. I even went out of my way to, like, you're the monster. I did go out of my way to, like, double check the writing on it and stuff like that for the kanji. And it does translate to light speed. However, it doesn't specify what exactly it's referencing for Minato. Oh no. Yeah, sorry about this, guys. Just give me 1 second. I'm just having this last piece of ice cream. Luffy in the Bluno fight got 2 times faster. If I remember correctly, 6 from Tokyo said that this data book comes from like this data book statement comes from like the second data book. You acknowledge mistakes, they dodge. That makes you a better scaler in person. I don't know if that makes me a better person. I've just learned that in certain cases, it's just not worth it to have that kind of pride. Especially if it negatively impacts your reputation. I'm not someone who personally really cares what others think of him. But the people that I kind of do is my community, just because, like, I just don't want you guys to think that, you know, I'm one of those guys that, like, generally doesn't give a fuck about any context and just believes that he's right just because, oh, I have a channel or whatever. What the fuck did I click? Oh. Just because I have, like, a channel or something, right? I don't really care to do that kind of stuff. In general, human beings are wrong. Human beings aren't perfect. And admitting that you're wrong is honestly always just a sign of growth on your end. Let me see your comment. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Right. No, from 6 paths. Luffy in the Bluno fight got 2 times faster. 2 times 10 equals 20. Times 4 equals 80. Lucci's Zoan form is a 5 times amp. So 8 times 400. I don't know how to scale the speed right. This is what I got. Naruto to 200 times FTL and Luffy to 400 times FTL. Well, I don't know how exactly you got your numbers, but let's do it like this, right? Taking accountability makes you a better person. That's why power scaling is so toxic at times. No accountability seen anywhere. Who do you think is more powerful between Old Garp and Old Whitebeard? I'd probably give it to Old Garp, actually. You're not human, Drake? Oh no. Are you what are you then? Are you a clanker? Or are you like are you an elf, a clanker? Like what are we talking about here? I'd like to know the demographic of my subscribers for tax purposes. That doesn't even make sense. Okay. I think I'm good. I got something in my stomach. The sugar's helping out a little bit. Now we can really get to work. Okay. Also, just to help you out, Emu, just to help you out. So let's talk about the scaling. To debunk the 10 times amp, they focus so hard on the Firina thing and never engage with the fact that in the verse, Doriki scaling also gets 10 times bare minimum. Well, it's not even just that. And I'm happy that you actually brought up the Doriki stuff, because I can actually reference the Doriki How the fuck are you half clanker? You have a pacemaker or something? Okay. Water 7 and Yaslabi. So let's talk about Luffy versus Bluno, right? Even under the assumption that, like, okay, Luffy... Sorry, French. Yeah, but the part that kind of gets me is that, like, they were also saying that there's other ways of scaling. Even the guy, what's his face? Whatever the fuck the Garp guy was. Even if he were to argue that, like... that, the French translation shouldn't matter or shouldn't work. Ultimately speaking, my mom... Oh, your mom has a pacemaker. Yeah, okay. Well, I hope your mom's okay. I gotta be careful with that kind of stuff. Let's see... Yeah. Okay. So, Luffy obviously gets curb stomped by Bluno and the others in CP9. Now, a lot of people attribute this. A lot of people, blitzing someone means you're 2 times faster, or is it 10 times? I don't usually go by, like, a base multiplier for blitzing people. I don't... Because it usually just boils down to what you genuinely choose to believe. Some people say the bare minimum for blitzing someone is, like, 10 times. Some people say that it's, like, 20 times. Some people say it's, like, 3 times. I don't know, man. Got some mechanic DNA in you? Ah, that makes sense. No, Doriki scaling is linear. It's not exponential. It's definitely not exponential. I'll show you in a second. So Luffy fights Bluno. Before, Luffy could not hurt Bluno, but now he's fighting him. I know that some people attribute this to Luffy not necessarily... I know that some people attribute this to Luffy not necessarily having his mind completely there, that he was weakened mentally or whatever, but I don't personally care for this idea of, like, mental nerves. Yes, you can argue that they're prevalent throughout the story with, like, Kizaru and stuff like that, but with the Luffy case, there's also something that... If you want me to show you it, I can show you it, but I don't want to, like, have to, like, go all the way back right now. And it's the idea that, like, Luffy and his friends, specifically, but in this case, I'm just going to specify Luffy for this claim, is only... Luffy is capable of becoming, stronger after a fight and after eating. You can actually see this, after getting completely curb stomped by Bluno and the others. Luffy and Zoro actually sit down and get some drinks and food that Nami ended up bringing them so that they could refuel. Luffy also stuffs his pockets with meat. Now, there's a consistent pattern of every time that Luffy eats, fights, and then eats, he gets some level of strength added to his base form, right? He got fucked up by Bluno and the others, then goes in, is now damaging Bluno. What's this? When we fought at the mansion, he wasn't nearly this strong. He wasn't capable of keeping track of Bluno and the others before, but now he's able to see Bluno as he's moving around. Do whatever you want. Yeah. I'm getting Robin back. I saw the pirate guy on the rooftop. Yeah. Okay. I underestimated you. I didn't think you could keep up with the speed of my shave. Well, don't. I must be careful. Hitting a rubber man doesn't do anything. Gum. Tempest kick. He slashes. Luffy's keeping up with his body completely. Bluno's not able to get a hit in on Luffy until he tries to hack Luffy with his door fruit. Because saying reaction speed is technically incorrect. It's reaction time. So how much faster depends on the distance. Also, the numbers generally come from average human reaction speed divided by the average human movement speed. Got you. I mean, how fast can a human punch? Oh. Reaction speed. Reaction time. You're right. You're right about that. I shouldn't be saying reaction speed. I guess it's because, like, I guess I say reaction speed because since we're usually talking about, like, different kinds of speeds within the context of scaling, you know, movement speed, combat speed, I guess reaction time doesn't roll off the tongue as well. Bad habit. Probably gonna try to work through that then. Power cliffing was consistent. One Piece, wouldn't Doflamingo be greater than the Admirals? Not necessarily, because we get an immediate increase in power from the post-time skip. We get an immediate increase in power from the moment Kizaru is introduced and the moment that Rayleigh's introduced. And The characters don't necessarily have to be anywhere within that range, specifically, especially throughout Marineford, since we're seeing an actual Yonko crew, but we're also seeing arguably the weakest of the Yonko. Also, there's another mention that Blunt Force doesn't work on Luffy. Yeah. Must be careful, hitting a rubber man doesn't do anything. Yeah, that's why he's going for slicing attacks now. So, when Bluno tries to hit Luffy, they also made fun of you for saying you don't like using physics because very scaling is physics. A statement being disproven before your very eyes. What's being disproven? Very scaling, or you're saying every scaling is physics / science? Not necessarily. So as you can see, Luffy is clearly... Oh, okay. So as you can see, Luffy is capable of consistently keeping up with Bluno, and we're just going to keep moving on ahead. The phase store is closed. Also, something impressive was that Luffy also evaded that attack, or at least redirected the attack that he did. He redirected, or I guess in this case he says dodge. He dodged the Tempest kick, while his head was also spinning. It was nothing. That hurts. Swing, still dodging, still evading. So Luffy's now obviously keeping up with Bluno, right? They straight up laughed. That's fine. Only mental nerf I acknowledge is Usopp being mentally nerfed when fighting Luffy. True. The NLF, the no limits fallacy, that Luffy's defense against Blunk's attacks is absolute. He's more like Nomu in the sense that he has shock absorption and disperse the force of blows across the body, minimizing the damage. What exactly implied that, like, that doesn't? What exactly implied that it isn't immunity to rubber? That it is immunity to blunt force attacks. What's going on? I'm getting dizzy. Tempest kick. Must be careful. Tempest kick. Gum, iron body wheel. What exactly was the... You said there was a statement being disproven before your very eyes. What was the statement that was being disproven? Because he chases after Luffy. Slice, king. And then Bluno spins his head. I'm not sure what you're referencing. Rob Lucci's 4 times stronger than Bluno by Doriki. Rob Lucci is about 4.8 times stronger than Bluno. I'm saying immune doesn't inherently mean you're entirely unaffected. Vaccines give you immunity, but you're incapable of being affected. You just build up a high resistance. Has there ever been an example of... Can you show me an example of when Luffy's hurt by a blunt force attack that isn't imbued with Haki, or isn't because his crew is beating him up for doing something simple? That's coming from the same people whose series says faster than light movement will destroy your body, by the way. I don't know, man. Again, I don't want to harper on that too much, but at least thanks for letting me know that. Because now I know that if they try to be cool with me, I'm not going to just take it lightly. Okay. So, he can match my speed, forcing me to change the path of my Tempest. Wouldn't the fact that Oda said is stretching, he has a stretching limit, imply that somebody can hurt Luffy with blunt force trauma if it's him with enough force to push him to his limits? What exactly... How does Luffy having a stretching limit exactly imply that he can be hurt by blunt force trauma? That's the reason why almost every villain that Luffy fights has durability negation techniques. Rock Lucci used shockwaves. Crocodile had to absorb his liquids, yeah. Okay, so now you can see that he can match my speed, forcing me to change the path of my Tempest kick. His physical abilities are unbelievable. I mostly just use Garp. I think Luffy can have infinite durability, but that statement is far and away the worst argument for it. I don't know, because, like, you could always just argue that in the same way that the Straw Hats hurt Luffy, you can also just argue that Garp is essentially targeting Luffy's soul, especially since, you know, Garp does know Luffy better than anybody else. Like, Garp actually, like, I don't know, man. I don't know if saying that it's a fist of love, so it's not Haki, but in the same instance, it's like the Straw Hats also don't have Haki, but they can also hurt Luffy's body. So it might just be the same thing as, like, it could just potentially just be the same thing as, like, oh, he's targeting Luffy's, he's essentially, like, targeting Luffy's soul in the same sense. I don't know. I don't know if I would agree with that. I can see why you believe it, though. I can 100% see why you believe it. Garp uses Haki. It's being questioned because it says he didn't use Haki. He used love. But again, you can just use the same argument for like the Straw Hats. It was obvious since the next few arcs we learned about it. Okay, I can't do it. I can't beat you like this. Okay, so this is the part that I want to reference. He can match my speed, forcing me to change the path of my Tempest kick. His physical abilities are unbelievable. I can't do it. I can't beat you like this. When I lost to Aokiji, I thought if I was going to meet others just as strong out at sea, I had to grow stronger to protect my friends. Even if I'm not that strong, I have friends I want to be with. I've got to be stronger than anyone or else I'll lose them. So what are you going to do? I came up with a way to fight at top strength so I won't have to lose to anyone, which means he's pushing his body to the limits. This actually does... I mean, I think it can be consistent for low tiers and Luffy's crew being comparable to himself, at least base Luffy. I don't agree with that. And the only reason why I say I don't agree with that is because while Luffy does massively become more powerful through the use of Haki, I would still say that Luffy having acquired... Well, maybe you can make the argument more so for, like, in the earlier arcs, but even then, Luffy's always been, like, a physical monster far beyond his allies. And then when you throw in the context of, like, the post-time skip where, like, Luffy's also slowly adding certain skills to his base form, like second and third gear, where they're basically just a part of his base at this point, where he really only has like 2 transformations at this point, since second gear is just easily accessible for instantaneous attacks, and third gear, I mean, he only really uses them for I don't really know if I would say like third gear isn't a part of his base, especially by this point. So I don't know. Who's stronger, faster between Lucci and Bluno? They will say Lucci, but use Doriki to get your speed difference, and they say it's unreliable. The duality of men. Yeah. I have a question. Gear 2 is a special episode of Toriko Dragon Ball as against the Super Saiyan Goku. Does that mean is a planet buster? Yes or no? It's not. That is not a canon. That is not a canon episode. You still haven't answered my question. I asked you at the beginning of the stream. What was your question again? What was your question, Aster? I'm sorry. I don't recall. I know it's gonna be some fuck ass joke. But what was the question? His body's steaming. Okay, so now he's using second gear. Your abilities have evolved. The steam is coming from your body. You pretending to be a steam engine. Is this some kind of bluff? I'm glad I ran into you guys. And this from here on out, Luffy just basically curb stomps Bluno. Luffy makes a comment at one point that he couldn't beat, gets outclassed by Kaku and Jabra, both of which are comfortably higher Doriki than himself. And those are like points of his opponents. That could also be... Okay, I see where you're coming from. Yeah. It's not just that he's using shave. You could actually argue that like Sanji and Zoro probably have stronger bases than Luffy from like second gear onward. You can actually argue it. I actually wouldn't even be mad at that. Luffy's definitely a character that as far as I've seen, he definitely, and this is something I haven't mentioned before, but he definitely, at least to me, has shown to have a overall weaker base than the average. Oh, if you give him devil fruits? I don't know, man. About how the Straw Hats do... That's a very big theory craft battle, because that's essentially going back to every single one of their fights and considering whether or not, like, having extra pockets for Usopp or having... I mean, for Nami, any single fight where Nami's a Logia user, especially against, like, someone like Khalifa, Nami... especially against somebody like Khalifa or somebody like, Miss Double Fingers or whatever the fuck she's called. Fights against them are essentially negative difficulty if she has one of the more powerful devil fruits, especially within the context of, like, Logias. I think in general... How do I put it? I think in general, the biggest fights that would change for like Nami or Usopp, what would they be actually? Let me think this through for a second. Zoro would basically curb stomp through most of his fights because his sword would now just be a fucking dragon that he can basically shoot beams out of if he wants. Like, imagine a blast breath beam just coming out of his fucking blade. It would definitely make... What do you think about the rubbish concept of a mental nerf? I don't personally care for mental nerfs because they're not quantifiable by any means. Though you can definitely argue that they do exist within the realm of One Piece, but I don't like basing off of a character's weakness. Or at least, I don't like the idea of mental nerfs just because, in general, when a person says that a character has a mental nerf, they usually use it as a way to deflect that that's the reason why the character lost, and if they were at full power, it would have it would make things easier for them. They would potentially win a fight. This is one of the biggest cases that happened with like the whole. There's actually one of the biggest cases that happens within the context of like the Yonko versus Admiral fights, because people constantly like to bring up the fact that Kizaru was mentally nerfed against Luffy, but nothing still implies that Kizaru, even without the mental nerf, would be. Kizaru, even with the context of like a mental nerf, would be capable of blitzing or outpowering. Cornerstone of every argument for Kizaru over Luffy. Yeah, it's basically the cornerstone of it. There's no way you can really argue that Kizaru over Luffy under any facet of logic unless you're just saying that Kizaru consistently lost because of the mental nerf, and you can even argue that the mental nerf isn't really there until after Luffy already gasses out. Because, like, let's be honest, Kizaru pulled out more. You forgot that he also gave Luffy food. Yeah, he also gave Luffy food, therefore he won that fight, right? Okay, it's not just his body is strong enough to do it so easily. A person using the art of the 6 powers has unmatched speed. He cannot lose. If I turn his body into a door and keep him from moving, I'll win easily. I'll do it using all my power to do so and keep him right away. So he tries to catch him, and then he says right here, I noticed that when you look like you've disappeared, your feet are hitting the ground more than 10 times each instant. Read my comments about Khalifa. I did read your comment about Khalifa. She's fine as hell. I did read it. Anything else regarding Khalifa? No. I will send a screenshot of the Google definition. You're simultaneously making yourself look stupid and annoying me. I will... Damn. Oxford has 3 immunity definitions, and all of them share a property of not affected by them. Respectfully, you are wrong. Oh, wow. Bro hit you with that respectfully, you are wrong. Immune, totally or partially resistant to a particular infection, disease, or pathogen. Protected or exempt, especially from obligation or the effects of something. Like, if I get my ass beat and buy the McDonald's, does that mean I won the fight? No, not necessarily. But it does mean that you just gave the people that beat your ass food, so, you know, that's probably a power move on their end. That would probably be perceived as a power move on their end. I'm just saying. Google definition versus Oxford definition. Oh, damn. Respectfully, 6 scaling is ass. Oh, come on, it's not ass. You guys don't have to start turning on each other right now, right? You guys don't have to do that. Definition from Oxford Languages. Let's see again. It does say definition from Oxford Languages. Aura is 100% right on that. But it does say totally or impartial or partially. So it's either all of it or partially, and then it says protected or exempt, which means it's not part of. I don't know. Super Sonic X. Oh, that's cool. Anybody here play Yu-Gi-Oh? Alright, let's actually get to some power skin, because I do want to write this. Okay. Hey, how's it going, everyone? A topic of conversation within the context of the One Piece scaling that has become a bit more prevalent throughout the last few years is whether or not Kaido the Beast has been power scaled. It's one of those topics that can easily have a person on either end of the spectrum depending entirely on how they choose to view certain feats and how much information they remember within the context of the story. I can definitely say that even for me, it's extremely difficult to fully remember every minute detail or character name simply because we're talking about a series with almost 1,200 chapters. However, one thing that I can tell you regardless, I think regardless sounds better here. Regardless, one thing that I can tell you is that regardless of whether or not you believe Kaido has been power clipped, I could probably edit and put out this video in like 4 days. You could probably just put the time into this next week, and then from there on out, I'll have a second video out for the month, and I'll probably just start busting my ass for the Back for probably the last time. The only case I will buy is how people give Kaido the epithet strongest creature is only applying towards known creatures and not the likes of Emu and Loki. Yeah, I would say that most people aren't really aware of a creature or like ancient giants. Especially since like giants to many people are still like myths, you know what I mean? Respectfully, do you expect us to believe that someone whose two favorite mangas are JJK and Blue Lock isn't into femboys? Can you show me where the... I guess there's like one femboy in JJK. Who the fuck's a femboy in Blue Lock? 6 is cool, but he only likes to upscale the Naruto verse. No, he likes to... okay, I'll speak for 6 on this. He does like to... create high levels of scaling for many of his series. Who do you think is hotter, Mira or Mira? Mira, 10 times out of 10 Mira. 10 times out of 10 Mira. Don't get me wrong, I love me a strong woman, but I don't know. Urza just never did it for me. It's not even that his strongest creature epithet is legit just a rumor. The guy who's called Princess who runs fast? Chigiri? Chigiri. Blue Lock? Hiyoma Chigiri? You're telling me that this guy's a femboy? Why is he a femboy? How is this guy a femboy? Why? Because he has long hair? Urza clears? Nah, Mira Jane clears 10 times out of 10, dude. 10 times out of 10, dude. I'm sorry. We might actually have to debate that. I'm sorry, but when you're wrong, you're just wrong. There's no way Urza clears Mira Jane, bruv. Maybe she might be a bit more dominatrix, but like, in half of these, he looks like a girl. Yan, has Carrot ever made you act up? Fuck no. Are you aware of the fact that Urza can use a sword with her feet? That does not change. Sukuna, is that a femboy? No, Sukuna's not a femboy. What's gonna be the argument in a syllogistic format, home slice? Alright. Now this. What's your opinion on Doll? Vice Admiral Doll? Doll can get it. Doll can get it 10 times out of 10. Doll, One Piece. She can get it 10 times out of 10. She can get it backwards, forwards, in every single way, shape, and form. I'm not even into girls with tattoos, mind you. And I ain't gonna lie, these little flower tattoos on the sides got me acting the fuck up. I might go up and smell the daisies, bro. Yeah. Carrot's never made me act up. I don't even know why you're telling me she's 15. I've never felt anything for a fucking furry anyway. Juvia's the real winner here, bro. Technically, you mispronounced here because it's actually H-E-R-E, bro. So, you're wrong. But, yeah, no, Juvia is definitely up there. Yeah, Juvia is definitely up there for Fairy Tail. Yeah. Whatever Hiro Mashima was thinking when he decided to give this character a side slit for her dress, banger. Absolute fucking banger. Look at her. She's so great. She could do no wrong. She could actually do no wrong. Juvia could unironically do no wrong. Mira is a dominatrix. We learned that in the side stories. Is she now? Well, it's a good thing I'm a sub. Let me stop. Yeah, Gray full, but like Gray. What the fuck are these eyes? Whoa, hold on. Hold the fuck on. Why are her eyes like that? Yeah, Gray Fullbuster might unironically like men for not ever even remotely just jumping at the fact that Juvia's in love with him. Might actually he might actually like men. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but just saying. Don't let bro fool you. His favorite is Wendy. Can we not make jokes like that, please? Before I actually time you out for 24 hours. Second I join the live, this is what we're doing. Well, did you ever think that maybe you should have shown up like 30 minutes ago when I was talking about power scaling? Did you ever think of that? Maybe you should take some accountability, huh? We were talking about power scaling for like the last 3 hours, 2 hours. And now you decided to show up and all of a sudden I'm talking about that. Like, think about that for a second, huh? Look what you made me do, realness. Think about that. Think about what you've done. There are more than 100 definitions for immunity on the real Oxford Dictionary. He's using a nitpick version from a lesser Oxford Dictionary, not the normal. Now we're getting... See, this is the shit that I hate about scaling. Now we're just going into which definition is fucking right. Alt Universe Wendy, bro. I don't care which version of Wendy. Hey. Stream turned to goon. There is stability in the Force. Fairy Tail S Chapter 2. I'm not looking up another fucking Fairy Tail thing, bro. I'm not letting... Juvia, a water mage too. Gray, my favorite of those trash-ass Fairy Tail casts. And bro, folded faster. Your mom doing laundry. That's what I'm saying. He folded faster? There's no way he did. Never proving it's a lesser version, by the way. Chatting. Alright. Alright. One thing I can tell you is that whether or not you believe Kaido has been Power Cliff, these are lies. You've been doing this all along. I really haven't. Go back like 12 minutes ago. You'll see that we're still talking about power scaling. Can't let it slide that someone uses Google instant answer, not doing more research with actual dictionaries. You want me just to look up the dictionary for Alright. Alright. Immunity. Oxford Dictionary. Let's look up the immunity. Let's see how many definitions there are. Okay. Immunity according to Oxford Dictionary. Number 1, uncountable, the body's ability to avoid or not be affected by infection or disease. Immunity to something, immune to the infection. Immunity against something, the vaccine. Yeah. Immunity to something, the state of not being affected by something, especially something that you might expect to be harmful. Definition number 3, the state of being protected from something. That's 3 definitions. It is Eon be gooning. Alright, now you guys, it is the time to gooner skill. You asked me to prove me here as a dominatrix. Now why you complain when I provide proof? I don't care. I didn't ask you for proof. I never asked for it. Fine. I'll look it up. Fine, whatever. I'll look it up. Jesus Christ. You said chapter 2, page 8? 1, 2, 3. Come on! Urza's breast in a tiny ass fucking bikini top. Lucy literally picking up these. Come on, man. What page is it again? Wait, I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Urza in a fucking maid outfit. Or. Should the maid to be a punisher. Now I know the word. Please forgive me, mistress. I refuse. Alright. I hate this. I hate this so much. I'm done with that. We do not have to keep looking at Fairy Tail. I will never get a fucking ad. Listen, I will never get a sponsorship of any kind if I keep doing these Fairy Tail things, bruh. Joe Bartolozzi's chat versus Eon's chat. Hell versus Super Hell. My chat cannot be that bad. Who the fuck is Joey Bartolozzi? Always folds to Fairy Tail. I definitely do not. Hi, Dan. I'm Nick. Alright. Hey, you're a hero, Mashima. Why are we debating what's immune and what's not immune? Two people are debating whether or not Luffy is immune to blunt force trauma or not. All I'm saying is no blunt could force this trauma. But knee slapper. Anyway, I would rather live in a fairy tale than One Piece. I'd probably want to live in the fairy tale world too, comparison to One Piece. Listen, sure, I get a chance at learning magic. The women are all scantily clad, and most of them are hot. You know, I can join a guild, I can go on adventures, and I don't have to worry about a group of celestial dragon. Yeah, and I don't have to worry about a group of celestial dragons or pirates killing me at any fucking moment. The lack of proof that protection is infinite is beautiful. True. Eon, when we get into fairy tale scaling, you know what? I'll do this. I do have to get through Black Clover, and I do have to read through Naruto, and I am going to probably do... Not Naruto, Dragon Ball. I do want to do Dragon Ball, Black Clover, maybe throw in some Boruto in there. Don't get a chance at learning magic. You need to be born with it. That's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. I got a blunt that would make all the trauma go away. Ba-doom-ts. You do not care about the magic, bro. Who the fuck said I don't care about the magic? I could learn so many awesome types of magic, like... And, Dragon Slayer magic. That's one of the magics that they got. They got Dragon Slayer magic. I can learn Dragon Slayer magic. I would be an awesome Dragon Slayer in fucking Fairy Tail, dude. I would totally fucking go to the Fairy Tail planet. Is Gear 2 Luffy a planet buster because he fights against... No, Sumed. He's not a planetary buster because that is not canon to the story. If you want to throw in a composite version of Luffy with all the feats from all the sources of media that he's been in, sure, but... 3 definitions, all saying not affected. Luffy 1 would be number 2, by the way. We know why you want to live in the fairy tale, bro. You don't have to hide it. I'm not hiding anything. Eon wife in fairy tale is Brandish. You know what? That's not the worst one. Honestly, there could probably be worse. What the fuck was Brandish's magic again? Nah, he blocked me after getting proven wrong live. Okay, let's bury the hatch. No way. That's crazy. Young got diffed by alt universe Natsu. I would never get diffed by that guy with no fucking magic. Alright. The simple is that there is power cliffing. There is that the concept does exist within the context of the story, and Kaido may not be exempt from it. I asked him to prove the infinite no fewer than 8 times, and he just keeps parroting his definition and doesn't fulfill the burden of proofs. I'm dead as not entertaining a brick wall. I mean, you don't have to block him, but what you can do is just simply say, let's agree to disagree. You believe what you believe, I will believe what I will believe, and just leave it at that. You don't have to block someone. You guys are fine. You guys are fine. Come on now. Let's all be mature adults about this. I can still see your text in the stream. You saw the definition, that's proof. You don't have to egg him on either. Come on. Fuck. Can we just get along? Alright. May not be entirely exempt from it. Now, first let's establish what power clipping is. It's not even a matter of being mad or something. I'm just tired of being tagged in this shit. Alright, you guys love you. Okay, how about this? Well, listen, you guys have free will. Do whatever you want. You don't have to unblock them. You don't have to do anything, obviously. I don't personally care that much either, but I do think that having conversations with each other is important. Just bury the hatchet. Don't have a conversation with each other anymore if that works. Eon, please, get along, everyone. Are you aware of the fact that Urza uses a sword with her feet? No, I'm not aware of that fact. I probably fucking hid it in the back of my mind when I first saw it in Fairy Tail, if it ever came out before the 1,000-Year Blood War. At least when I was watching the anime, I don't recall her ever doing that. Dude, my fingers are killing me. Alright. So, before we discuss... Okay. But before we discuss... Exempt from it. So before we discuss the power cliffing... But before we discuss the concept of power cliffing within the but before we discuss... So before we discuss this... So before we discuss... Spend from it. Now before we discuss this, I do... Let me see power cliffing. Let's look up a definition for power cliffing. Last thing I will say is that the goalpost shifting 3 times from give source to I did give definition. I did. Well, my one definition is better. I will end it here, though. He's a good boy. Ah. Fuck. Listen, you didn't have to add that last sentence, my... Alright, whatever. I don't care. She does that in the Irene fight. She even gets... on her hands to use the swords, 1 in each foot. Cool, fantastic. Urza's got grippers. Ian, a genuine question. Please don't tie me out. Do you like the kinds of beans? Or is it no beans at all? For the sake of a bit, I have to say I like no beans whatsoever. So no, I don't like any kind of beans. I refuse to eat beans of all kinds. It doesn't matter what it is. What am I supposed to type in here now? I completely forgot. You're fine. I wasn't going to time you out for a question like that. It's fine. What about sensu beans? Listen, I'm going to put it like this. I could be hurting like crazy. My leg could be crushed. I could have lost 3 fingers. I could have a hole in my chest. I could look like Chopper after he went to get the Amiudake mushroom. The Amiudake mushroom, and I promise you, even if you gave me a sensu bean, I would not eat it. I do not eat beans. Yo, can you look at the Ace manga, please? Chapter 4.5. I will change my life with magic. Shine on me. Everything to see. I've seen this before. Jesus. Fuck, man. I'm gonna get demonetized. Does having mind control make a girl hotter to you? No, the fuck it doesn't. That's even worse. Don't look at my message on all comments. What the fuck did you type? Alright. Alright, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. Sure. Fuck it. Sure. Let's check it out. Let's totally do it. Why not? Let's totally look at it now, since that's what you guys seem to fucking want. So you still think Mira is hotter than Urza? 100,000%. I ain't gonna lie, that's a very nice... That is a very well-drawn leg. That is a very well-drawn leg. What's your next video gonna be about? The Bleach rant? No, I'm gonna make a video on, like, low-key, potentially power-cliffing, what's-his-face. I might work on the Bleach rant on my own time. I've been learning more and more... Why do they have to give Nami those lips? Now she just straight up... Now she... What the fuck does she remind me of? She reminds me of like one of those like dolls, like those old-timey... Like those old classical dolls. Classic dolls. Yeah, she kind of just reminds me of one of these. These shits are creepy, bruv. I deleted it, you can never see it. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, sure. Sure thing, buddy. Bro, you complain about me, but the rest of the chat doesn't seem much better. Because you're actively trying to push it. The rest of the chat's just on some bullshit. I thought you meant Raggedy Ann. Alright. No, she does not look like Raggedy Ann. Alright. Remember that one joke that they made for, like, Vegeta on like, TFS, Team 4-Star, that they made for, like, Vegeta? When he, like, referenced, Android 16 and 17, and he was like, well, you look at it, if it isn't Raggedy Andy, and on the, or is it, it was like, the F word Andy, and on the Raggedy Ann. It was something like that. It was absolutely fucking terrible. I am definitely innocent. I don't believe that, Dracno. Okay, back to this. Is that the context within, may not be. May not be exempt from it. But before we even go into whether or not Kaido... But before we even talk about the possibility of Kaido... being power cliffed... But before we even talk about the possibility of Kaido being power cliffed, we must first set up a definition. Now, power cliffing, like many other concepts... Should I look up a definition, or should I just make one up for my own? Should probably just power cliff meaning. Let's just see what the fuck we got. Vaguely, I recall clearly saying N18 is a dishwasher, not because she's an android, but because she's a woman. Yeah, that was so fucked. It's a severe form of power creep where the strength of a character or game elements increase drastically and suddenly, rather than gradually, rendering older content instantly obsolete. Okay, do you think you could 1v1 Annabelle? I will fuck up Annabelle, dude. Don't even play with me. I'll just develop my own, set up a definition. Power cliffing can be described as a... Let's see. I think I'm just going to use separate definitions for this and just create my own from there. What does Zoro like men? Who the fuck told you Zoro likes... I mean, I don't think he's ever shown interest in a woman, so you know what, that's fine. Okay, from what I understand, is a consequence of power creeping. where a select group of characters in a work of fiction gain so much power throughout a story as a way to counteract a villain whose strength gets more and more ridiculous that they overshadow everyone else and the characters. Example, Naruto and Sasuke at the end of Shippuden, but again, I might be wrong on this. Based on a minuscule research on the topic, I'm inclined to agree. Dragon Ball is often cited. Does Eon have feats? I have plenty of feats that you guys have never even seen. I'm pretty sure Annabelle attacks the soul. Do you have soul negating abilities? I'm boundless. I don't have a soul. My soul is essentially an ethereal concept that exists outside of the matrix that we live in. So is the coochie of Albedo slippery? Man, that was so funny. That was so fun. That was like really funny, dude. Wait, that was so funny. Oh my god. Wait, I get it because she ate the slip fruit. Wait. Oh shit. And that would mean that, you know, since she can slip from anything, that means her coochie might be slippery too. Oh shit. Eon's feet pick collection is legendary. Ah, fucking right. I do not have a feet pick collection. What the fuck's wrong with you? Bro, think he Yu-Gi-Oh? I don't know who the fuck that is. Power lifting can be described as a consequence of power creep. Where in a series where there is an immediate jump in power, there's a consequence of power creep in a series where there is an immediate jump in power, where there's an immediate jump in strength, speed, durability, or overall capabilities that completely overshadows any predetermined wouldn't work here. It's only a few days until Eon files get released. Fuck no. If you want to be monetized, you might need to find a new community. Either I find a new community or I get more people to watch my stuff. It's one or the other. It might be time to just delete the channel and start from scratch, bro. Fuck no, I'm not going through AdSense again. That whole AdSense thing was terrible. NML just materializes a picture of Brandish's feet and Eon died from blood loss. I would not die from blood loss from looking at Brandish's feet. First of all, don't even remotely put that on me. Where you collect all the feats from Naruto and One Piece. Right here. Right here in the Library of Ohara. Care to ask me which of these files those potential Eon files come from? Because everything here is basically stuff you guys have already seen. Let me guess, you guys want to check out the content folder? The content folder with the miscellaneous stuff? Oh, look at that. No feet pics. But there are the two guys from Naruto. The two guys from Naruto is funny. See, there's the feet pics. There's no feet pics there. What's next? What's there? Audacity? MP3 file? Oh, there's where that stuff is. I was looking for those. What next? Background clips? Nah. What about extra videos? Oh, look at that. It's just... Was this the full episode? Did I download the full fucking episode for that? Huh. Music? Definitely not here. Sound effects? That's right. I had the sound effects file. We remember those guys. How come YouTube censors some messages, but a guy dropped the N-bomb 3 streams ago? Who the fuck dropped the N-bomb 3 streams ago? I don't remember that. Did somebody drop the N-bomb on one of my streams? What the fuck? Naruto fodder versus One Piece fodder? Not sure. Not sure. Hide behind the music files. It's definitely not behind the music files. Here. Blue Lock. Dan Da Dan. Gaming. JJK, JoJo, Naruto, One Piece. You guys are gonna find shit on this computer that completely overshadows any established scaling. Any established scaling. Any previously established scaling. Previously established scaling. Some examples of this. One of the easiest examples. You forgot that? I won't snitch, but yes, that happened. What happened? What was that? Are those Sonic OSTs? Yeah, Sonic has some of the best music in gaming. You need at least 30 insights to see Eon's feet collection. Oh, it's one of those things where if you don't have a good enough insight stat, you can't see them. Naruto versus Gojo. Gojo can't drop a domain expansion on Naruto. I don't know if there's an argument for a domain expansion going in there. I don't think Naruto can just rip it apart. Y'all gotta stop making those types of jokes. That's what I'm saying, bro. I don't have anything weird on this PC. There's nothing here that can be perceived as weird. Even as far as, like, downloads go, it's, like, basically just... Oh, I forgot to move these. Like, I think... I forgot to move these, yeah. I'm gonna do these now. It's basically just old games or setups for, like, emulator stuff. Some guy dropped the N-bomb. You were confused and said you won't punish him. You apologized. The situation averted. I was just curious how YouTube censors. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Can get away faster. I really don't know how he gets through infinity, though. I think Six from Tokyo made a video about that once, but he does do verse equalization, and I just didn't agree with many of his arguments. Yo, Chrome history is weird, but I know my boy is smart enough to use incognito mode. My goal is truly a king. Alright. Does this thing even have it? Wait. Does this browser even have incognito mode? I actually don't know. SBS. Let's just throw these in here. 1 second. Let me just pass these over. I'll just leave them like that. Bro, you didn't get the Bloodborne reference? Oro was right. Delete your channel. Fuck you. Fuck you. Where there is an immediate jump in strength, speed, durability, or overall capabilities that completely overshadows any previously established scaling. Some examples of this could be Some examples of this can be the entirety of the Dragon Balls. Can be Madara's introduction to the Naruto, Madara's introduction to the Fourth Great Shinobi War, the Fourth Great Shinobi War. I'm just thinking, what's Ryomen Sukuna eating 15 fingers and wiping out 140 meters from Shibuya, and basically the entirety of Dragon Ball Z, since every saga massively power cliffs the previous arc. Basically the entirety of Dragon Ball. Basically the entirety of Dragon Balls. And, of course, Kaido's introduction into the story. And, of course, Kaido's introduction. And, of course, Kaido's first fight against Luffy. First fight against Luffy. There isn't... I wonder where Uzumaki Blender is at. I hope they are all right. Yeah. Eon Fires are full of feet pics, femboys, pegging videos, and more? Fuck no. So he thinks TSO nullifies infinity or some shit? What the fuck are you guys talking about? Can you get... Is there a point to downloading feet pics when the Fairy Tail manga exists? Well, to be fair... I don't know, man. Are you planning on responding to Sage Cav's debunk? Not necessarily. I don't think they had very good debunks, and I feel like a lot of it was just based on them believing that their interpretations are the objectively correct ones, when, at the end of the day, a lot of their arguments were entirely based on how they chose to perceive certain feats or statements. The only thing I even remotely admitted to being wrong on was Kishimoto writing the data books and a data book entry about Minato having something within his arsenal that's light speed, but never fully emphasizing what exactly it was. But of what I just didn't know about that statement ever existing, since none of the sources that I've ever used have ever shown or implied such a statement. So I can't really tell you. You gotta reread Bleach on stream. I feel your frustration because we both suffered through ass together. No. You want me to reread through Bleach to write the thing? I can do that. I can just go through the arcs quickly. If Big Mom is still mentally a child, doesn't that make everyone she slept with? She's not a fuck. Can you guys not ask me these type of questions when I'm just trying to write a script? What the fuck? Okay. No, she's not mentally a child. She just has the temperament of one. God damn. What the fuck? Is Big Mom W Goons? No, don't fucking ask me that. Why the fuck would you ask me that? What the fuck? No, Big Mom's not W Goons. Maybe like 28-year-old Linlin, but not fucking 68-year-old. Alright, you know, I'm just gonna not look at chat. You guys can just talk to yourselves. And of course got his first fight with Luffy. Now, obviously, Power Cliffing doesn't have an innate, and if you want to read a series that will make you suffer, just read 100-Year Quest. Be a good boy. Don't. What? Okay, tell me what 68 Linlin is your. Now you might have to get timed out. Now you might actually have to get timed out. No. Now you might actually have to get timed out for that. I'd never again tell me that 68-year-old Linlin is my fucking baby mama, bro. That is crazy. Fuck no, bro. No. Ew, no. Ew. Fuck no. Fuck no. You know what? Fuck it. Somebody telling you that Linlin's your baby mom is definitely better than like like Wendy or some fucking lowly conso. Fuck it. I'll take that. I'll take that over that anyway. You know you like that, bro. No, the fuck I do not. Power Cliffing doesn't have an innate. Power Cliffing doesn't have an innate value that I don't know. Story. First fight against Luffy. The biggest distinction for when a series is going through power cliffing usually comes from a feat or statement that blatantly implies an immediate jump in power. The biggest distinction for when a series is going to, actually, we'll throw this up here. Jump in power. When usually comes from an immediate jump in power. Jump in power. Feats that we haven't seen. You bet not reread Trash Bleed before Peak Soul Eater, Black Star High Div Zoro. My homeboy looked me dead in the eyes and asked me who would win between Maki from JJK or Beerus. That is funny as fuck, Alawi. That is funny as fuck. Next death battle, by the way, would be crazy. Are we taking back shots from Yamamo if she has any? No, I am not taking any back shots from Yamato. What feats haven't you seen at this point? What is up with you people and feet and femboys and all this kind of crap? Like, do you guys just not feel comfortable talking about this with anybody else? You guys have to bring that to me. I'm not saying that like I necessarily hate it, or at least that like it genuinely pisses me off, but like to some extent I just gotta ask why. I just gotta ask why. Why did you make the Naruto's character's intelligence worse in your law video? I didn't make it worse. They simply do not outstat. They simply do not outstat law in any way. What intelligence could even remotely get them to beat law in the first place? Do you want to run through this real quick? We can have a conversation about this, Professor Turmoil. We can have a conversation if you'd like. The community represents the creator. Wendy isn't a lowly. She's actually 12, 14 now, though I feel like somebody should remind Mashima of this. Artwork incoming. My life is finally back to kind of normal. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that, Axis. I'm really happy to hear that, dude. Sorry that things have been a little rough for you, but let me know whenever you get the chance, and I'll send you the payment for the artwork, and then I'll PayPal, right? Just let me know when. I'll send it. I'll send you the payment. If anything, later today. These guys are high IQ genuines. I think you meant geniuses. Are you actually serious? They found out what Pain's abilities was. Well, Professor Turmoil, they figured out Pain's abilities by having the entire village not only fight him, but they also had to systematically figure it out by basically fighting the guy in the moment, right? So, if we look at the Pain Assault for a moment, right? Let's just check it out. So if we actually pay attention, like, what's going on with the Pain arc, specifically with all the events that are happening, it's not like they deciphered them right away, right? It's not like they deciphered their abilities right away. You can see here that Kakashi, for example, doesn't just immediately know what Pain's ability is. More so, he has to figure out a way to bait it, affect it, and see right here, he's slowly working it through, right? Being smart now makes up 1,000 times speed difference. We'll get to that. Now, even while figuring out what Pain's abilities were, I mean, let's just be clear about something. Kakashi did kind of die in the result, right? Now, chat, terrible news. The price of YouTube Premium is going up again. I'm gonna fucking, I need you guys. I'm gonna need you guys to all sign up for a YouTube Premium right now, because if the price of YouTube Premium is going up, I might actually just do a backflip off the Burj Khalifa. Anyway, back to this. Jokes aside, clear jokes aside, I decided to read Naruto again, no particular reason, just wanted to, and holy shit, Hiruzen using a crystal ball is amazing. It is pretty funny. Eon versus Femboy low diffs. No, the fuck it doesn't. Anyway, as you can clearly see, there are shinobi who straight up die against Pain, and for many of them, they had to get the information to... They had to bait the information. They had to get the information at the cost of so many people dying, right? There are people literally out here just straight up dying to Pain immediately. So, I don't know why exactly I would just straight up believe that they would know how to counter Law's room, when, again, they would be experiencing it for the first time, and then all he has to do is just swing his blade once. Especially... Okay, but Law's powers are systematically more simple than Pain. Arguably, Pain is more complicated. I mean, doesn't matter if it's more complicated or not. The fact is, they still needed time to fully suss out what the conditions for the abilities were, what the time frame lag was, what exactly all of the Pain's separate abilities were. Naruto was dogging Pain. What do you think he's going to do to Law? Yes, but Naruto was dogging Pain because he got information from the village, right? When Naruto showed up, she gave them intel. Lady Katsuyu gave Naruto intel on what the Pains can do. So it's not like Naruto just goes up in there. She'll come in handy. She has intel. You see? She said hide in Naruto's stuff, his clothes. Then they attack. Then Naruto goes for the next one, and she says right here, it does not work against Pain right in front of you. He will merely absorb all your ninjutsu. So as you can see, it's not even something that like automatically just meant that Naruto was just beating them because he just knew. He had to get the information first, and again, just because it's more complicated does not mean that the abilities are more broken. You're talking about a guy who can, again, put up a room and split them up And they can't do anything about that. How do they beat that? I mean, sure, but what you're going to need to give them leeway. I don't have to give them leeway, though. If the context of the fight is, especially for an hour-long video, I explained it in the video, it's an hour long. I can't think about every single interaction properly because I'm going to be here for 5 hours if I talk about Law versus every character. Saying that I have to give them leeway is A, going against the context of the video, and B, what leeway could I possibly give them other than Law just standing there and allowing them to figure it out? He wins because he turns them into pieces. They do not have a single argument against it. There is no level of intelligence that stops them from simply getting split into pieces in the first place. Even if you say, well, what if they duck down? Law swings his blade at faster than light speeds. It does not work. You would have to argue that all of the shinobi have faster than light reaction time. They do not. If you want to sit here and say, well, Shikamaru can figure out, fantastic. Shikamaru does not have light speed feats. Shikamaru does not have light speed reaction time. Shikamaru does not have a way to tag Law before, or a way to figure out how Law's ability works before Trafalgar Law puts up a room and starts swinging a sword. There's nothing here that intelligence gets them. If you're going to make the Ope Ope no Mi split them apart being hacks, you need to make a Genjutsu catch Law. I do not need to make a Genjutsu catch Law because a Genjutsu specifically requires the target to have chakra and a chakra network, which Law does not have canonically. I don't have to entertain that argument whatsoever. Only good boys use battle IQ as an argument? Now that... Yeah, I really don't need to even remotely entertain the argument. They do not have chakra or a chakra network, so why would I believe, right here, works on the 5 senses. You control the chakra through, the chakra flowing through their cranial nerves. He says right here, listen, if you're caught by Genjutsu, try stopping your chakra flow as much as possible. If you're caught, your chakra is under your opponent's control. If you can break that control and disturb the chakra flow, you can break the Genjutsu. You need an entire organ for Genjutsu to work, and either way, you would have to still prove that any shinobi would put Law under this Genjutsu before he again puts up a room and starts swinging his blade at faster than light speeds. You don't have an argument here. It's quite effortless. It's a cross-verse matchup. Makes the narrative have that exact organ? No, it does not. The narrative for One Piece does not have an entire organ that allows them to manipulate their chakra. Naruto characters have that. I don't have to entertain the idea that now Law has to have an entire organ in his system added to his body just so that Naruto characters can put him into Genjutsu. And what you're referencing is also verse equalization. I do not verse equalize under any circumstance. It makes certain jutsu and devil fruit interactions annoying as fuck to have to make a conversation over, because what exactly do we equalize? Chakra or Haki? Do we equalize Sage Jutsu? Well, most characters don't have Sage Jutsu, so that means most characters don't have Haki, right? Like, there's a bunch of things here that you just have to sit there and now break down, and now have to go through mental gymnastics to explain in order to just say that Law gets put under Genjutsu. When is chat going to understand that One Piece versus beyond One Piece, and that's okay? Why do you think DB doesn't ever use One Piece characters? That's what I'm saying. Like, what Dragon Ball never uses One Piece characters. Naruto doesn't use JJK characters. Why would they use JJK characters? So we're going to favor one verse over the other and not even be all right? No. If I verse equalize, then it only favors the Naruto verse. If I verse equalize, Law gets nothing out of it. What does Law get out of having chakra in this case? What does Law get out of chakra? That's my question. I will wait for you to answer while I go back to writing my script against Luffy. Some of these examples, obviously some of these are just to show. Now, examples are just to show that the concept isn't unilateral. Am I using this word right? Like Law losing? What does Law gain from having chakra? What does Law gain from having chakra? Because you're saying that I'm favoring one verse over another, but let me ask you this. Is it not inherently fair? Is it not inherently fair to use the characters as the author intended them and to give them the exact limitations that exist within their story. Because if you ask me, that is what is inherently fair. Giving an entire verse, nothing but bonuses so that they can deal with Law's Devil Fruit, or that they can put him under Genjutsu, or blah 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 blah. Giving an entire verse, all of that is inherently unfair. If you cannot see that, I would say you might need to consider what is and isn't biased. Law as seems I can't get through, it is what it is. No, you can't get through because you can't formulate an argument that actually backs up the idea that IQ is going to save them from being cut into pieces, and Law should be able to be put under Genjutsu. Law does not come from a verse with the same level of limitations that Naruto characters have. I'm simply treating both stories with the limitations that they have. If you cannot see that, again, you need to consider, is it unfair to say that a character who does not have chakra or a chakra network can be put into Genjutsu? And is it fair to say that a bunch of characters who do not have Haki now have the capacity to ignore Law's Devil Fruit because chakra equals Haki or whatever? Is that inherently fair to you? Because I don't think that's fair. In the same way that I wouldn't say domain expansion works outside of JJK because you need to target a person's cursed energy in order for the domain sure hit to work, I'm not going to sit here and say that a character outside of Naruto can be put into Genjutsu without chakra or a chakra network. It's just not fair. Yeah, it's purely speculative. Chat, you're focused on the wrong thing. Room alone beats pretty much every character in Naruto. You need to consider a character that can fight Law from outside Room. And the unfortunate part is there really aren't any. Maybe the Ten Tails, and Law just shoots a Room at the Ten Tails and just absorbs and just cuts it up either way. Madara could literally fly up into the sky. Madara could literally fly up into the fucking sky trying to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, and Law just shoots a Room at him and just cuts him into pieces as he falls down. Like, what the fuck happens? Yeah, no, they don't make it out of that. They 100% just don't do it. Okay. Might as well give them Kaido levels of Haki so they can't teleport. YouTube ads have been going crazy. I have it at, like, the normal threshold. What IQ? Is it being conjoined with prep time or something? Oh, that's right. I was going to look up the definition of unilateral. Unilateral to One Piece. An action performed by affecting only one person, group, or country involved. Okay. Just to show the concept isn't unilateral to one. Isn't unilateral. And L casually lifting his arm. What will you do about the second Raigo and Oki? Give Naruverse some prep time. Can they beat Law? I mean, you'd basically have to have the entirety of the verse stay as far away as possible from his room. You have to have them all shoot attacks at his room, and even then he just shoots the room at them before they ever fire an attack. Show that the concept isn't unilateral to just One Piece. You can find it across most pieces of media. Can find it across most forms of media that have some kind of involvement with fighting or strength hierarchies. So with that being said, hierarchies. Is that how it's spelled? I never actually pronounce or strength hierarchies. So with that being said, let's talk about One Piece's power cliffing. Let's talk about One Piece's overall power cliffing. Power creep. Now, so with that being said, let's talk about One Piece power. I'm on YouTube Premium and I'm a member, so you should make the ads go crazy. Crank it up. You want me to crank it up? Sure, fuck it. Let's insert ad. I've never actually manually inserted an ad into the thing. My bad. I definitely shouldn't have done that. I definitely should have done that. I'm sorry. If the ad just now pissed off anybody, so did Kaido get power clipped? We're gonna talk about it. Starting off with East Blue, though I'm not going to necessarily go through the context of every single portion of power creep. Starting off as far back as East Blue, as far back as East Blue, there are clear examples. Example of power creep through. Just notice his definition for immunity was medical immunity, which is nowhere near the same definition as immunity is something outside of medicine. Sorry, just had to spin back on that. I mean, sure, characters only power clipped up until they show up again. If we get Goat Krieg in the story, we're gonna see him 1v1ing CP9. True! Yo, Don Krieg was basically superhuman. You want to hear something? You actually want to hear something funny? Within the context of One Piece, I don't believe Don Krieg is ever considered superhuman. Like, Don Krieg, I'm pretty sure is never referenced as, like, an actual superhuman. And the guy was capable of doing shit like this. Let me show you. The guy was capable of not only tanking an explosion right on his chest, but then was capable of just casually throwing one of these up into the sky. Still writing my shit after, like, an hour. Oh, man. Alright. That's fine. Characters are only perclit until they show up again. Yeah. Yeah, Don Krieg was out here able to, like, lift up a large steel fish with one hand, tossing it basically while he's just mad. And dude just flung that shit, like, several meters up into the sky, bro. Oh, that's why you had me do the fucking ad. You have YouTube Premium. That's why you had me do the fucking ad. You're an I guess we're both assholes. I can't even call you an asshole because I just willingly did it. We're both assholes. Fuck. Don't take it personally, Pookie. You're the same one who wasn't saying in person. Who wouldn't say that in person. Love you too. Alright. Stop egging each other on. Alright, stop egging each other on. It's not that serious. Come on now. Let's be adults about this. We are grown adults. We can act like such. Please. And if you guys want to just add each other on Discord and just go back and forth for the next millennia on the definition of immunity, you guys are more than welcome to do that as well. But please don't do that on my stream. Starting off as far as back, there are clear examples of power creep. From Alvida to Buggy to Kuro to from Alvida to Buggy to Kuro to Krieg to Arlong. We went from a villain that could destroy wooden walls on ships to... We went from Alvida could destroy... Alvida could destroy wooden walls on ships. Buggy was capable of tanking his own buggy ball, had the capacity to blow up a small town, Kuro moved so fast that he could disappear in the blink of an eye. That he could disappear faster than the eye could see. Then the eye could track him. Don Krieg could... Have you ever seen the Fairy Tale Christmas special? Mashima definitely wrote it while high on something. No, I've never seen it. I have an immunity to YouTube ads. You fucking asshole. Fuck. Mr. 5 Power Clips Baratier Mihawk. Now, is it all linear? Well, not necessarily. Whoa. Don Krieg could casually lift up, could casually stop and lift up a metal and hurl, could stop and hurl a metal pad several meters into the air. And Arlong could not only uplift houses, but he could scare a giant sea cow. Into attacking the Straw Hats with a single sentence. It was a single sentence. I like that you think that Kuma's repulsion can exceed light speed. I think it's probable if he's improved his Devil Fruit beyond what it's already been capable of, but we don't know if he's capable. We don't know if his pad cannon was light speed from the beginning, or if it's something that he could have worked on. You know what I mean? I think it'd be kind of weird if he couldn't, like, improve it beyond the speed that it would naturally grant him, but we don't know what the natural speed that it could grant was. Also, he has, like, a statement there that implies such a thing. Guys, let's talk about Momo. Let's talk about Momu, the homie Momu. Momu the guy, the man, the myth, the legend. With two simple sentences. With two sentences. While these are signs of power creep, the characters are consistently shown to the characters, in this case, the villains in this case, these power creeps. Now, I wouldn't personally call these power clips. Now, I personally wouldn't call these. Now, the difference between power creep and power cliffing. There are clear examples of power creep. The difference between power creep and power cliffing is more so has to do simply boils down to, weren't they distracted because they were fighting? Who was distracted? But to Sabari Luffy as well as Rayleigh, that's also true. Why wasn't Naruto's in Konoha? That part was strange to me. You can argue Big Mom's durability is beyond Continental and Gold Quest. There is essentially no argument you can have that even remotely implies Big Mom isn't... Sorry, that Naruto, or anyone in the Hidden Leaf, especially by the time of the especially by the time of the Pain Arc, there's no argument you could possibly make to imply that any of them have Continental attack potency. The only jutsu in that entire village that could potentially work is Kamui, and I don't think Kakashi would have the speed to pull off Kamui against Big Mom, considering she just knows what he would do before he does it. At that time, power creep doesn't really matter since Luffy just mauled them. Simply boils down to how massive of a difference. How massive of a difference. How massive of a difference in strength the characters. How massive of a difference in strength the characters. What's the best way for me to argue this? Do you think that the participants of the and Jonin prison at the Chunin exams could stop Arlong and his crew if they pulled up instead of Orochimaru? That's kind of a weird one to argue because, like, Arlong wouldn't have Momu since they're nowhere near water, so it would just be Arlong and the others. You can definitely argue that the Leaf Shinobi 100% curb stomp Arlong just due to raw speed. Because even if you give Luffy, like, the best interpretation possible for his speed feats by the time of East Blue, which would be at least having a combat speed, yeah, for a few points in Naruto, kinda can make the case for them having lowballed Continental AP. I have, like, 3 points. Sure, if you want to share those points, you're more than welcome to. I think I think the biggest issue with matter is just speed for Arlong and the others because you can only really argue them to be like 25 times Mach 25. Like the best you could really argue for them is like Mach 25 in terms of like combat speed. I wasn't asking you. You should stop thinking you are the center of the universe and start checking your privilege. I should probably. I should probably start checking who you're referencing. And best interpretation for East Blue Luffy is relativistic because of Kuro. No, the fuck it is not. No, the fuck it is not. Though I would say that that's probably the most high-end interpretation for Luffy. I wouldn't say it's the best interpretation because when I use the term best, I would say probably the most consistent, or at least most consistent within a highball. Arlong's blue Haki is insane. Yeah, Arlong has the craziest blue Haki. Gold Quest. Just as a question, do you think that they have Continental AP by the Pain Saga, by the Pain arc? Guys, give me 1 second. My family just arrived. I want to just talk to them real quick. You're fine, Marcos. Hey, how's it going, guys? Sorry, my bad. All right. Fishmen are 10 times stronger than humans, and Gear 5 Elbeth is Luffy. Okay. Guys, can you give me 2 seconds? I need to make a. I can get fodder marines to island level 3 times FTL, and Luffy would scale above that straight out of the barrel. How the fuck are you doing that? Arlong's out reversal. He's the only villain who never appeared after being defeated. Even Kuro appeared in the anime after Arlong over Emu, I guess. Luffy's scale is easy because every island he gets stronger, and the weaker tier AP scales from small town, from buggy to town, Dawn Creek to small city to city, from crocodile. Yeah, I see where you're going with this. I don't know if it's like linearly like that, but sure. Guys, give me 1 second because I do need to make a phone call to. I need to make a phone call to the hospital real quick. 1 second, guys. Do you guys have any recommendations for a video you guys would like to check out for now? You guys want to check out a death battle video? You guys would like to check out like a death battle video or something? Scales way above Choji's giant forms, relatively on the same size as mountains in the back. I don't agree with that. Ten Tails Destruction. Okay. I don't agree with the Ten Tails Destruction being continental either. How you doing, Lazarus? Is there anything? Yeah, no. Everything is good. I just have to make a phone call because I got a call. Did you check out Scary Pink Lady? I don't know what you're referencing. Melon T's Boa video? Sure. Melon T One Piece. No, I'm doing all right. I just have to go make a phone call about a doctor's appointment that I got earlier. I wasn't sure when I wasn't talking earlier. I was I was getting a it was just it was for like an appointment that I just wasn't aware of.
Today, we are talking about women. Let's go, everyone. Let's give it up for women. Yeah, women. Woohoo! We've talked about women a total of twice on this channel. Well, we've talked about them more than that, but a dedicated video. There are too many men. Get rid of them. No more men. Throw them out. Leave them on the curb and put a big "Please Adopt Me" sign on their box, because today's focus is women. Beautiful women. Powerful women. One woman. The only woman who was part of the warlords. Come here, Oda. I just want to talk. Anyways, this lovely lady has kicked kittens, puppies, and baby seals. She's even thrown old women out of buildings with the very same might as Emperor Cusco.
You threw off my groove!
These things are dastardly, wicked, even cruel, but she gets away with it. Why? Well, because she's beautiful, of course. Not an emperor, but an empress. Get it? Because the whole thing is snakes? Sorry. A character whose power most certainly matches her beauty, and one of my personal favorite characters One Piece has punched me from behind with. The ever-gorgeous, ever-proud queen of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock. In my opinion, and possibly a controversial one, Boa is one of the funniest characters One Piece has. I know there's a lot to contend with, considering there's knee slappers such as Bartolomeo, Cavendish, Buggy, Brook, Usopp, Luffy, Law. Yes, Law. He's funny to me, okay? You wouldn't get it. But Boa's introduction was so absurd. To begin with, everything about her character was so absurd. Her first appearance was her literally kicking a kitten. I know tons of people think this is just asshole behavior, and by all means it is, but I could not help laughing at whatever the hell was going on here. This is all crazy. She is crazy. And in all honesty, I love seeing awful, horrible women. I'm all for a fictional lady who is just wacky and cruel and unforgiving on screen. And One Piece has indeed supplied this many times. However, Boa is a standout for multiple reasons. Because, in true One Piece fashion, she runs much deeper than she lets on. And I am so excited to finally talk about her. But, before I do that, It's sponsor time. While we cannot all be pirates in our current day and age, we can still be pirates online, and we can do that safely with Atlas VPN. If you're not a tech nerd like me and have no idea what a VPN is, a VPN makes it so all your internet searches, browsing, and history is completely protected. It's sure to hide your IP address and it keeps you safe from spying, especially from the pesky FBI agent in your computer who's watching you look up Zoro's big fat boobies as we speak. But Atlas VPN isn't just a VPN, it also protects you from pop-up ads and malicious malware. It can also give you access to any country's version of Netflix or Disney Plus. I mentioned Disney Plus specifically because did you guys know that the entirety of Bleach is on Australian Disney Plus? And with Atlas, yes, you can take advantage of Atlas's summer deal discount. You can get a 3-year subscription from $1.83 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Even better than that, if you use my link in the description below, you get an 85% discount for premium subscription. Snatch that deal while it's hot, and thank you so much Atlas VPN for sponsoring this video. I won't let you down. Back to the drop dead gorgeous queen. Boa, from what I can tell, seems to be a bit of a controversial character, or at least the audience consensus of her is very mixed. It depends where you look. If you're in the Boa love sphere, of course you won't see any of that, and God do I wish I were there. I knew of her before meeting her. I didn't really know what to make of her because I knew nothing else but her appearance, ironically enough. I just saw outside audience consensus on the liking and hating of her character. But like One Piece tends to do, and like many characters in this series, Boa became a very quick favorite of mine, along with a character who I found to be a delight on screen. I know Stampede isn't canon, but having her contend with all these other Devil Fruit users who could float by simply running at high aggressive speeds was so goddamn funny I popped a lung at it. This girl is goofy, she's weird, and I think the common misconception is that she's stone cold. When it's not that she's actually stone cold, this is the act she puts on. What I'm saying is, if you think Boa is stone cold, congratulations, you've fallen for her act. Because her tough exterior is kind of a main point and aspect of her character. In saying that, even her toughness is goofy. Considering she's the woman who looks so far down on you, she looks up. How is this not just silly? I cannot deny the majority of Boa's introduction scenes for her character and person just made me laugh. She's ridiculous. Everything about her is ridiculous. She's dramatic, she's excessive, she's weird. But most importantly, when we first meet her, all her actions scream that she's overcompensating for something. For what, you ask? We will surely be getting to that. I don't want to reveal all my Hancock cards just yet. But the themes Boa has, the allegories and interpretations that can be taken from what her and her sisters went through are, I'll say, intense. To be frank, Boa's story really shocked me, jaw-droppingly so. From the meanings and obtaining of her powers to the Medusa metaphor she shares. And that metaphor is one of the reasons I like Boa so much, because I've seen pretty limited media that feels sympathetic to the character of Medusa. I know there's a lot out there. I know there's plenty that probably are sympathetic to the legend of Medusa, but the majority depict her as a monster, because that's what she's meant to be. Medusa is meant to be a woman with hundreds of snakes crawling on her head, who turns anyone and anything to stone if they look at her, so who wouldn't make her a monster? But if you go into the actual legend, which can change depending on the version you read, what you discover is that Medusa is actually the victim of her story. I can't get into it because Mr. YouTube would hunt me down and take me away, but the general idea is she was preyed upon due to her beauty, and while becoming Medusa was a curse, it was also a power she used to protect herself. Yet, in many modern iterations we see of Medusa today, she's made out to be this wicked, evil being who's mostly the villain to be defeated, following the legend of Perseus cutting her head off. And if we look at Boa, well, This legend follows her own character beat for beat, but the reason I find Boa so spectacular in her writing, and the reason she doesn't feel like a very overused, very worn down metaphor of Medusa, is because her character is one to sympathize with in an awfully tragic way. And that's exactly what I want to dissect. I want to look at why her character is so upsetting, and is so fantastically done with how I feel so much compassion for her. Hopefully by the end of this you feel that too, but you know, it's your life, go slay girl boss, I'm not gonna hold you back. Yes, you, even the man sitting there, you're a girl boss now. So from the very beginning, what do we get from Boa? Her first scene, and an honestly infamous one, is when she kicks a kitten. Again, to me, this was so damn goofy, but it's obviously a very cruel action. So right out the gate, we are getting a sense of this woman's compassion or lack thereof, especially with how she excuses it.
なぜなら、そうよ。わらわが美しいから。
She gets away with everything because she's beautiful. It feels overly privileged, petty, and bratty. At first glance, she reads as a character who gets everything she wants. Literally even telling us she gets everything she wants. Boa is a diva, and we're not meant to take her as anything else at this point, coming across as fundamentally unlikable. Unless you're like me, who found this all to be ridiculous, and yes, I know I keep using that word, but it's because she's just so ridiculous. Also, you'd be surprised at just how many people found her kicking kittens and puppies and baby seals to just be the last straw, which is extremely funny to me considering what plenty of other characters in this series do that's even worse, but I digress. From the start of Amazon Lily and with Luffy's solo adventure, Boa very much starts off as our antagonist. She's a warlord, and from what we've seen of warlords, they don't seem to be all that good. So who she was going to be and her overall morals were always going to be called into question considering the reputations the warlords have. But even this title she has, and the power it grants her, is a part of unraveling her character, which again, we'll get into, so get comfy. Our first look at Boa has her being the greedy, privileged empress we're made to believe she is. But as she petrifies the Marines in order to stop them, she says something about their desires I find particularly interesting.
ほう、さすがは海軍本部中将。なるほど。痛みで邪心をもみ消したか。経験値の差じゃな。
She calls the Marines' desires and thoughts about her evil. She calls their attraction to her evil. This immediately stood out to me because I don't believe attraction to a person to be anything evil. And I don't think One Piece overall has this message either. One can have dirty thoughts, of course, but evil is just such a harsh word for something that's pretty natural for some people. Yes, this could very well be overanalyzing, but it stuck out like a sore thumb to me. And it's this kind of dialogue that immediately had me hone in on Boa with the idea that there's definitely more beneath the surface. She, like many lovely ladies do, caught my interest. And it just kept getting deeper and deeper from here. Once she arrives back at Amazon Lily, we discover Boa and her sisters all have a mark on their back from defeating a dreaded Medusa-esque monster that no one is allowed to look at due to the curse it brings. But then Luffy drops down into the bath Boa's in, sees Boa's back, and nothing happens. And when she uses her power on him, nothing happens. As much of a gag as this is, Luffy simply being Luffy here holds a lot of significance for why Boa sees him the way she does. And the thing I really like about this whole interaction, and the thing I like in general with the building of Boa's character, is she doesn't like Luffy immediately at all. In fact, she straight up hates him, due to him both being a man and someone she can't quite understand. Some sins can never be forgiven. given. These few seconds in the bath were all Luffy needed to read Boa's insecurities. And it comes back around in a fantastic way with the execution scene. Because as Luffy sees more of Boa, he's witnessing her effects while being the only one not to fall for it. Luffy watches as Boa punishes Amazon Lily citizens for helping Luffy, watches as she threatens to break their petrified selves, and he screams at the audience who continues to cheer Boa on, questioning why they're letting her do anything she wants with no consequence or hatred. The bit comes back as Boa explains it's because she's beautiful, and Luffy says something to her she's probably never heard in her life until this very moment.
そなたもそうであろう。お前ムカつくな。
At this point, Boa has met someone who is looking past her beauty and sees the wicked things she's doing for what they are, which understandably unnerves her. Something that's incredibly interesting considering she said previously that she likes honest people, and Luffy is the most honest person one could ever meet. But again, we'll get back around to that. The fight Luffy has with Boa's sisters finally hits a climax as one of their shirts burns off, revealing what is supposedly the monster's mark. And we see Luffy's amazing reading of character and person come in full throttle when using himself to hide this mysterious mark. At this point, we know Luffy knows this mark won't actually
Alright guys, I'm
harm
back.
anyone around them.
We're back.
Yet he
We're
still
back.
goes
Sorry
out of his way
about
to cover it,
heading out
showing
like
even
that.
more of his emotional intelligence as he explains their fight and what the
Is Boa on the Epstein list because Luffy was 17 here? I think Boa's fine. How's everybody doing today? Yo, sorry about that. I didn't mean to like just head out like that so momentarily. Expected an unexpected break will be docked from your pay. It should be. I just have to like double clarify some stuff about an appointment. It's what's the age of consent in the One Piece world? I don't think we know, but if it's anything and remotely close to what it is in Japan, then Luffy should be above the age of consent since he's 17. From a Western perspective, fuck no, it's not 10. From a Western perspective, obviously it's weird because Luffy's 17, put in 16, but hey, listen man, I'm just gonna assume it's the same thing as it is in Japan to make it make sense. Okay. You guys, you check American age of consent, remember? That's right, we did do that. Yeah, it's kind of gross that in the States the average age of consent is 16. That shit's gross. Now, is it Don Krieg or Don Krieg? It's Krieg. Okay. I don't think she has any counters for Rasengan, though. I'm sorry. Just to go back to our discussion. Gold Quest. What did you say? I'm sorry. I never got a chance to hear. So you said two of your points were that, you said that the two of your points were that the Ten Tails destruction are... That the Ten Tails destruction and Naruto scaling way above Choji was the size of a mountain? Okay. I don't agree with those, and if you don't mind giving me a chance to explain why. There's nothing within the context of the story that states or implies that, like, the Ten Tails has continental attack potency. Obviously, I know that some people like to go with the small planetary levels of chakra, but having small planetary levels of chakra does not inherently imply that the Ten Tails in and of itself, every single one of its attacks is small planetary in potency, right? We're talking about, and when we're talking about like the chakra quantity, we're talking about it being like all that equivalent to that of a small planet's worth, but that doesn't inherently imply that each and every tailed beast bomb or each and every attack, such as the Cataclysm, is planetary in nature, right? At least nothing implies that it is. In reference to the video with Big Mom, Naruto doesn't necessarily scale to Giant Choji, and obviously he wouldn't scale to the Ten Tails, right? I just think that's just off rip, should just be simple. But I think the biggest distinguishing thing here is that they're actually not that big. the Ten Tails. So, just to give you a bit of context, do you know how big Gamabunta is? So, for context and reference to size, Gamabunta is about 17 meters tall. That's like the size of a house, right? That's like the size of like a moderately large house, right? Like same with the tailed beast, I think. Yeah, so his size is actually extremely similar to all the other tailed beasts, and this image right here is actually the full size of Kurama. You can tell right here that even with Kurama's head slightly ahead of where Gamabunta is, their heads are about the same size, which means Gamabunta should be about the same size. I can offer more panels to show you, but one thing that I feel like most people often misinterpret about the 4th Great Shinobi War... Sorry, not here. One thing that I feel like most people misinterpret about the 4th Great Shinobi War is that right here, you can see this. So you see how like this is like the leaf, the lightning. There's the sand, there's the stone, where there's the waterfall village, you know, stuff like that. This right here, this small country, is actually where they fought, right? Oh, he's taller? Okay, my bad. He's like tall. He's like slightly taller than a 2-story house. He's taller. He's about 2.5 stories tall. My apologies. So this is the area where the majority of the 4th Great Shinobi War took place. Specifically, a majority of the final clash between like the Shinobi Alliance and the Ten Tails. Right now, if you actually look at this right here, this is the country. Again, this right here is the country that they're fighting in. Right, these are all the different locations that they're fighting at against the Ten Tails. And if I'm right, Naruto fights against the Ten Tails either up here or down here. It's one of these two areas, right? Where exactly it doesn't matter, but they fight up here and down here. When the Ten Tails actually shoots one of its tailed beast bombs, just to be clear, it's still within the same land threshold. It's still within the same land. It doesn't blow up even a country. Right? Even if you want to say that this is like outside of the range of the country itself, this still doesn't really blow up past the country. So it's kind of weird to, at least for me, to say that like the Ten Tails is continental in terms of its damage output when its explosion wouldn't necessarily be larger. Its massive explosion wouldn't necessarily be larger than one of the smaller, I don't want to say smallest, one of the smaller countries within the context of Naruto. Because again, even if you want to say that the explosion's right here, like the explosion's like this big, right? Now, you obviously don't have to take my word for it. I mean, I don't know what metrics you exactly use. You could probably use like pixel scaling or some kind of quantification through calcs. I think that's fine. I don't personally abide by those standards. I like to just go off of what the story is inherently implying. The story doesn't necessarily imply that the Ten Tails is just wiping out continents on its own, or that these explosions are actually going that far deep into like the continents themselves. I mean, this explosion right here, this is where they fight against the Nine Tails. This explosion dwarfed several mountains, sure, but it also doesn't dig that deep into the ground, right? Like, it's not like this is like a massive hole caved in inside the ground. It's not like we're seeing mantle. It's not even like they're going that deep into the crust of the planet, right? They're not even really going into the crust itself, since the crust would actually be below sea level, which we're still clearly above. As for Choji, I mean, the best you can probably give him is about the size of the Ghetto Mazo, since him and his father do fight against it. I do think that is impressive in terms of size, but it still doesn't inherently imply an actual size. Even if you wanted to say that, like, the Ghetto Mazo, before becoming the Ten Tails is only about the same size as, like, Kurama at full max size. And even if you wanted to give Kurama leeway, that's still only about 40 meters, right? That's still only about, like, 40. Which is certainly a lot bigger. Which is certainly, speaking Gold Quest, a lot bigger than, like, Big Mom. Big Mom's, like, what, 8 meters at best? But, like, she's scaling above characters like Don Chinjiao and Don Sai. She scales above characters like them who are weaker than post time skip Luffy. Specifically Gear 4 Luffy. He says right here, I have now seen that your foot is powerful enough to split the continent of ice. Don Chinja and Don Sai each have a feat that each have a statement, and Don Chinja has a feat of him splitting a continent of ice that is tougher than metal because metal pickaxes and fire could not scratch it. And Big Mom was specifically capable of not only clashing with, but even knocking back Gear 5 Luffy. Sorry, Gear 4 Luffy, my apologies. Where is the clash? At the... somewhere around here, something a little bit later. When can you learn and send that strong of a verse? You're probably wrong on this, except I'm not, because I can literally just show you the statements. And as you can see right here, Big Mom clashes with Luffy. I'll have to probably get the thing, but anyway, yeah, she knocks Luffy back. I'll get the statement right now if you need it. I don't know. When are you going to learn that One Piece is stronger than you think? Because I just provided evidence. Ha! It's 71. Yeah. But yeah. So, I don't know if I can necessarily say that, like, Naruto and the others can scale to Continental. They never threatened to destroy the continent. They never threatened to wipe out, to either destroy the continent in any way, shape, or form. They never necessarily threaten anything of the like, so, or anything of the sort. So I kind of just have a hard time, like, agreeing to the idea that, you know, Naruto and the others are approximately that strong. I mean, it's fine if they are. If you think they are, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I don't think you can necessarily scale Naruto by the time of the... You think it's cool showing off those panels and nobody else has them, like, for real? I mean, anybody else can have them. You just have to look up the web. You just have to literally just look up the chapters. I mean, nobody else has them because nobody else wants to read One Piece. But it's very easy to argue. Because, again, I have statements and feats to just simply back up my claims. So, I don't know, man. Other people have it. As a matter of fact, I got a lot of these panels from my own community. So, I would say other people have them. I don't know what the problem is, Dr. Calamity. I don't know what has you so upsetty spaghetti. But anyway, so yeah, that's just the basic line of scaling. It's quite simple. Can you guys in chat please realize this verse isn't as strong as, like, Naruto? Again, if the Ten Tails can't even be quantified to to continental within the context of its own story, why should I believe that most characters in Naruto would be as strong as it? I mean, you can't even really quantify Six Paths Naruto to Continental in terms of attack potency. So again, what's the issue? Like, what does Naruto have? What does he do? None of his jutsu ever threatened the planet. None of his jutsu ever threatened multiple continents. None of his jutsu ever even remotely threatened the location that they're on. There's no statements to back it up. So, I mean, you're saying that they're not as strong, but there's no evidence to even remotely imply it. Would you like to have a conversation on this, Calamity, or just saying no, you're wrong, and that's basically where you're just gonna end off the convo? Stop the TSO with his foot. Luffy cannot compete with that. Actually, arguably he can. Arguably Luffy can, actually, because Luffy specifically has the capacity to punch things without making physical contact, especially now. So I would actually argue that, yeah, Luffy could, if he wanted to, completely knock away a TSO, especially since he's quantifiably physically stronger than Might Guy with the 8th gate. And Might Guy can shatter a TSO barrier. Let's see... It was 210, 210, 210. Ah, yes, right here. Yeah. Luffy can hit him without making physical contact. So yeah, I would actually argue Luffy can kick away a TSO. Bro forgot about advanced armament. Yeah. Advanced armament plus conquerors. You can hit things. No, actually, because I know what you're trying to do. You're just going to bait me and clip me on a video calling me out and having a different opinion, and chat jumps me. Hooray, how nice. No, this could just be a conversation between us. I could just ask chat to just not refer to you at all. My chat honestly doesn't have to say anything, especially if I just simply ask them to. And guys, Also, I don't clip people. I don't really do that. You can check the entirety of my channel. I never clip anyone. Whether it's shorts or whether it's videos, I don't do that. We can have a civil conversation here, dude. It's not that serious. You can let me know if you're comfortable with it. If not, you are more than welcome to simply disagree. We are fine with having differing opinions. You can believe whatever you want to believe. That is completely fine. It's fine. Drake, everyone, I understand where you guys are coming from. It's fine. You guys don't need to defend or anything. You guys are completely fine. You guys don't need to ask questions. You guys don't need to say anything to them. If they don't want to have a conversation, that's completely fine. I don't see you. You're John Cena to me. That's funny. Now, the difference between power creep and power... It simply boils down to how massive of a difference in... strength the characters... If you don't like the debating aspect, I'd also be down to handle it. I can... call if you feel like it or not. I don't care one way or another. No, it's fine, dude. It's fine. I can have these conversations. Still, no. Whatever I know, I'm right anyway, and you're wrong. I won't elaborate further for my sanity, but just know that. That's completely fine. You can completely believe that. There's nothing wrong with that. If you believe that I'm fine, that I'm wrong just because you think that I am, I mean, I don't really know how to respond to that other than you have the free will to believe whatever it is you want to believe, and I'm not going to try and sit here and convince you otherwise. So if you're done, if you can stick around for the stream, if you'd like, otherwise, you're more than welcome to leave. But if you'd ever want to come back here and actually have a civil discussion, we can I'm more than willing to accommodate you. If you want to have a Discord channel, if you want to have a chat through Discord, I'm also willing to do that. I'm not here to try and convince you of anything that you do not want to believe. I'm not here to try and have or talk if you don't want to. That is all completely fine. Anyway, so back to our conversation. I got up and didn't think you were actually quoting him. I thought you were joking. Yeah. That's why you're my goat. Real Christian man. I don't know if I would say I'm Christian. I don't per se believe in any sort of deity out there. I never really subscribed to religion. But that doesn't mean I have an issue with people that do. How massive of a difference in strength, how massive, depending, boiled down to how massive the leap in strength, the characters' portrayals. Now, the difference between power cliffing, you think Rasengan is sort of a Juranag for her? Not necessarily. So, the Rasengan never inherently portrays itself to be any form of a shockwave or anything in the form of Juraneg. I know that a lot of people like to bring up the conversation of the Search for Tsunade arc with Kabuto, where you can clearly see that Kabuto does have some physical damage to his stomach, specifically. As you can see right here. But I like to attribute this in the same way as... I like to attribute this in the same way of just like taking any form of blunt force damage. Blunt force trauma in general, especially to a human, and usually I don't go by like real world physics or logic, but I mean, Naruto humans are still humans to an extent. Any kind of blunt force trauma is, especially like if you just look it up for like a person, for example, like, like the guys that have been, like those like circus guys that like take hits from like cannonballs. There's a reason why they usually have like big bellies, and that's just because like the layer of fat usually helps mitigate some of the impact. Obviously, they're also tightening their stomachs, etc. But like, and that's not to say that like, oh, Kabuto just took a regular hit to the stomach. I'm not saying that either. What I am saying though, Gold, is that if you hit somebody with a bat to the stomach, if you hit somebody with a cannonball to the stomach, if you just constantly punch somebody in their stomach, remember, the stomach, specifically the mid area, the midsection of the body, besides the rib cages, doesn't have any kind of protection besides a layer of fat or maybe, arguably, some muscle, right? Depending on who the person is. You can argue for Kabuto some muscle. That's not to say that, again, the Rasengan is weak by any means, because Kabuto does reference him gathering chakra in his stomach. So again, I'm not trying to make this out to be like Kabuto just took a regular blow to the stomach, but taking a blow especially in an area like that, would resort in some form of internal bleeding, which you can easily attribute to this being that, right? Kabuto is simply healing up, tanking the best that he could, then healing up the damage that his internal organs did by using his ability to recover. But it doesn't necessarily imply that the Rasengan is innately a Juraneg attack in and of itself. And you can also, and I know that some people also like to argue with the water tank thing, but it's more so pressure over anything else, right? It's more so pressure over anything else. You can think of the Rasengan as a spiraling ball of chakra. Well, obviously it is. That uses torque, right? And it compresses chakra, which then on release essentially doesn't send out a shockwave in and of itself, but kind of sends out like a blast. Sorry, it sends out like a gathered up blast of compressed energy, right? Again, it's never referred to as a shockwave, so it doesn't just bypass average durability, but when the water tank is hit, the pressure from within the water tank is simply blows it out. But that doesn't obviously happen with anybody else. This specifically happens with a tank of water. Now, Rasen Shuriken is usually considered Juraneg by some people because the attacks are so small that they bypass cells, but I would argue that anybody who has a outer layer of skin that is durable enough to, like, let's say tank, for example, fire, that's an example of, like, also cellular level damage. Heat, in general, also deals cellular level damage. Cellular level damage doesn't innately mean that it's Juraneg, more so it's simply the Rasen Shuriken rips the cells apart by attacking them with tiny little needles. It's not that every little needle is X amount strong, it's more so every little needle compiled together. They're all little needles that compile together after attacking a countless amount of times. They deal the damage that they are about to deal, right? Yeah. I don't believe that it's a form of Juraneg. But yeah, I don't believe that it's a form of Juraneg, but yeah. I can see why you would believe that. I don't think I personally adhere to the idea that it is. I'm sure that one could try to make an argument that it does, but ultimately, at that point, it just boils down to interpretation, right? Again, if you want to believe that it is, I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're wrong. I never once said that Black Clover is island level. Yo, you guys are trying to start some shit now. All right. Wasn't it you that said that? What? Wait. Time out. Wasn't it you that actually said that? No. I'm not about to get gaslit. I'm definitely not about to get gaslit. Family, got a life, all that stuff. Yeah. Black Clover, immunity to ads. I know. Julio W, YouTube Premium, Kaido, levels of Haki, Sugar Solos. Somebody 100% said that shit, and that 100% was not me. Someone said I'm a therapist? That's crazy. I'm definitely no therapist. Nah, you tripping. Alright. They not even mount level past mount. Alright, now you guys are just trying to start shit. I never said anything like that. It's okay to say Juraneg is the only that which does not need to get past outer durability first before attacking internally. Juraneg bypasses outer durability attacking internally. Anyone who has Black Clover at low, multi, or below is downplaying on my mama. You would never say that on my granny. One of you motherfuckers said that. I can go back on stream and just prove it. I can 100%. How do you think the Dark Triad would fare against the Fairy Tail cast, like the 9 Demon Gates and the Spriggan 12s? I don't fucking know. I've never scaled both series. I've read Black Clover casually, and I've read Fairy Tail when I was 15. Well, watched Fairy Tail when I was 15. Anyway. The difference between power creep and power clip simply boils down to how massive of a difference in strength, the current cast or villain, how massive of a difference in strength the current cast displays compared to cast or villain display in comparison to previous feats or statements. You are my favorite gooner. Naruto solos the verse? Probably. Fairy tale scaling can get wild if you start believing the hyperbole? Sure. Okay. So, does this sentence make sense? Now, the difference between power creep and power cliffing simply boils down to how massive of a difference in strength the current cast or villain display in comparison to previously established feats. Previously. You think Nico Robin's feet covered in maple syrup for breakfast is a great start at... Yes. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. So he should win? I actually burst out laughing at the Robin question. Yes. Yes, it's part of a nutritious breakfast, alright? Yeah. It's part of a compared to previously established feature statements. Did bro just say yes? Eon is 3 seconds away from going, this is J3 because of this fucking chat. I'm about to, I'm not gonna lie. I'm about to fucking lose it with you people. In comparison to, once again, previously established feet. To previously established feats. It's how massive of a difference. Obviously, you can argue you love me. Not right now. Not right now. Not any of you right now. Just the people that choose to act like they're fucking age. You guys need... You got... Yo. What? Can I just ask, Lock-in, what the fuck? What the fuck came over you? What possessed you to think you should ask me that question? Because let's be real here. Besides the fact that, yes, it would be the great start to a day. Besides the fact that that's just an objective, logical reasoning that you don't need me to tell you. Yeah, it's fucking common sense. You don't need me to tell you yes or no. Besides the fact that you didn't need to ask me that under any facet of logic. The fact is, that was some bullshit. Is Shakespeare really dead? Yes, Shakespeare is dead. Hey, Eon, did you know that Don Kanonji's car was able to dodge a Zero attack in Bleach? Can't fear your own... I'm assuming that says can't fear your own world. Common sense possessed him? No, because if he had common sense, he would actually ask me. What the fuck? I'll send you some femboys to your house to comfort you. I don't want femboys. I don't like femboys. What the fuck's wrong with you? Alright, I'm done with it. No more talks about femboys. Next person who talks about femboys, I'm timing them out. Oh. Did you guys ever hear the, Expedition 33 OST? Will I get timed out? Sorry, will I get demonetized if I put some Expedition 33 music? Can I get demonetized on YouTube for using Expedition 33 music in my live stream? I'm pretty sure I can, right? Can I get the music copyright? Does anyone allow with the posture regarding the background is a background side on analysis videos at YouTuber? Why don't you email them asking for the policy? If then have a FanWorks policy or something. Consider the amount of SV reactions videos I've seen. I find it unlikely, but it's a nice to ask first. Got a copyright claim for using Simon Steen in a video about showing an Expedition 33 build, or better yet, don't put them in a position where they have to be the bad guy until you know. Okay. I'm just gonna assume will not allow you to fully monetize it. Ah, so I will get demonetized. Do you just hate Aizen because you want to be a contrarian because it's one of the most popular villains in all of Shonen? I haven't said a single damn thing about Aizen all day, so I don't know where the fuck you're coming from with that. I'll put it like really low. I'll put it like really low. Yeah, I'll put it like really low. I don't know why the fuck you're bringing up Aizen. Nobody's even remotely talking about that fraud. Now then, I did say something bad about Aizen. Yeah, people think that you're a contrarian simply because you don't agree with them. Or simply because you don't want to just accept the status quo. P1, all good things are popular. Yeah. P2, Aizen is popular. C, Aizen is good. Ah. Modor is multi-broccoli. Is multi-broccoli is uni, so One Piece. I rewatched your old streams and you just began hating on Aizen just because he's an amazing, iconic antagonist. He's kind of mid. He's kind of mid. The guy has his head shoved so far up his own ass. I genuinely wonder if he can smell anything other than farts. No, I don't want to make an X account. That I think, from what I've been told, at least X has like, or at least allows for a lot of let's just say NSFW stuff that I just genuinely don't want to be anywhere near. No, not this one. I want Minoko. Ooh, that one's not bad. Taking down Forlorn Goblu. Is it Goblu? But you like Kaido though? Yes, Kaido is a simple villain. He doesn't need much. He has a stated reasoning as to why he wants to do the thing that he does. Aizen does not. I wouldn't say best in gaming, but it's very good. It's very much so up there. I would say definitely like top 5, top 10. Bare minimum. Alicia, is it the Gestural Merchant? Ooh, this one slaps. I was listening to this earlier today. The song itself is called Minoko. Thank you. Minoko. Where's Minoko? Where's Minoko? Yeah. Great, now we got... By the way, thank you, Hobgoblin, because now you've got conversation going through the chat again. I appreciate that. Thanks to you, now more people are talking. Yeah, the unfortunate part is I can't find it. What the fuck? The Curator? No. Megabot? No. Did Kaido inspire any I mean, does inspiration have to matter? Because Bleach inspired plenty of animes, and I would say those animes are, if anything, better than Bleach. Inspiring something doesn't necessarily mean it's good. I really can't find these. You gotta start using the Verbank City theme for backgrounds and stuff. It's peak. Oh, I'm aware of which one you're talking about. I'm aware. Verbank City's actually pretty good. I just have a bit of a bias against Pokemon right now because I fucking hate everything Pokemon. The companies just grossed me out with everything they tried to put out. I didn't even know that, like, the new Pokemon Champions game came out, and these motherfuckers, for whatever illogical reason, I really can't find this. Holy shit. Dude, what the fuck? I might crash out. What the fuck? I can't find... You know what? I'm gonna type in Minoko. Mael. Ooh. Endless Night. Renoir. You fuck with Digimon? I do fuck with Digimon. I fuck with Digimon heavy. Digimon is definitely up there as one of the better IPs of all time. It just was wildly underrated. But you know what? I get why. They do look weird. Where the fuck... Where the fuck's Minoko? What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, whoa, whoa. Oh, whoa, whoa. Oh, whoa, whoa. Alright. We're gonna put this very low. Oh, that's... Wait, no, we gotta do this right. So you have JJK and you couldn't even give a less of a thanks to Kubo for it? No, why would I give Kubo thanks for it? I could genuinely care less what Kubo does with his time. I've already read all 686 chapters of a series. I don't know that man anything else. I've read a series and I saw that the man does not know how to write consistently decent characters. He writes characters who give off some level of aura, I will give him that, but I am not going to sit here and entertain the idea that Aizen is a well-written character in the slightest bit. Especially when I have to essentially go to all these other fucking videos to just simply get a quote-unquote philosophical reasoning for why Aizen does the things that he does when none of them is even remotely checked. Then check the light novel. No, because I'm not going to sit there and read a light novel. I don't even read the Naruto light novels, and I like Naruto. Why the fuck would I read the light novels for a terrible-ass, dog-shit-ass series that has so many goddamn holes in it? Bleach sucks. It's not a well-written series. At best, it's mid. At its worst, Bleach is terrible. Have you read a novel for the manga to be good? You have to read it? Yeah, you don't really... Yeah, exactly. Lucius is the best villain in fiction. Is not as good of a twist villain, but he's better than Aizen. Alright, so, what did I say? Okay, let's read this off. Starting off, as far back as East Blue, there are clear examples of power creep. From Alvida to Buggy to Buggy to Kuro to Krieg to Arlong, you can clearly see that the characters consistently get stronger. One can easily tell that the stakes behind each mini island arc and the strength these villains portray consistently goes up. Bro, I haven't read Ace Light Novel. I mean, you don't have to read the Ace Light Novel, because the beauty about having different forms of media is that you can actually choose to interact with them. You can choose to interact with certain versions of the media. You don't have to interact with everything. If you want to interact with the One Piece manga, but you don't want to read the anime, or you don't want to watch the anime, you're more than welcome to not do it. I don't think any reasonable person is going to tell you you're out of your mind for not reading or watching One Piece live action, or not checking out the anime when you like the manga. And if you like the anime, you don't have to read the manga. One of my best friends literally consistently tells me, no bro, I can't read. I'm not reading the manga for anything. No matter how much I tell him that the One Piece manga is peak, he'll just wait for it in the anime. But the light novel fixes everything too. It's kind of mandatory at that point. No, it's not. And as a matter of fact, it only goes to show that if you need a light manga written by a completely different person that isn't Tite Kubo to fix everything that's wrong with the story, then that, by sheer logic and virtue, that would mean that the story not only has issues that needed to be fixed, but it's probably not as good as people say it is. I don't know, man. If you're sitting here by your own words, if it fixes everything, that means Bleach had problems in the first place. And it's because of those problems that I think Bleach sucks. It's very simple. As I didn't even read it. I mean, you don't have to read it. You don't necessarily have to read it at all. You don't want to, you don't have to. The novel messes up everything, not fixed it. I have no idea why people are so fascinated by Bleach philosophy at all. It's not that deep, and it isn't anything special about it. That's what I'm saying. Aizen couldn't even get past Sensui, if I'm being honest. What the fuck? Oh, come on. At least give him something. Jesus. Since Buggy is portrayed as more of a joke character, his feats really legitimate? They are. I always felt like his feats are more like Nami being able to hurt the rest. No, I would say that Buggy's feats are still genuine, because there are still moments where he is fighting an opponent, even if you want to say that, like, well, but they're still kind of gaggy at the end of the day, you know, they're still kind of, like, funny to an extent. I think that the issue overall is that there are moments where Buggy's still portrayed to have some level of seriousness, especially in East Blue. Like, no matter how much of a joke you think he is later on, he's still portrayed to be a threat at that point. Well, but Bleach is Kubo's property, so Kubo must have some say in it, I guess. Not necessarily. Kubo gives the writer essentially what the layout of the story should be. The writer goes out of their way to write it. And Bleach is the shit for you, Habaka, and it's just one or two small things. They aren't that deep, yet foreshadowing is hyped up to hell in Bleach. Because they have to hype it. I almost call it artificial hype up. I almost call it a form of almost like artificial hype in a way, because it's like because like they're really just promoting something that's like, okay, by like any other shonen standard written past 2010. I was reading Bleach as it was coming out weekly during high school. Aizen to me was lacking because of his motives were vague, and needing a light novel years later is not a good fix. Aizen's the kind of guy to shit his pants and say it's all planned right afterwards. Aizen's the kind of guy to shit his pants and then tell everyone that he planned this 3-4 years ago. Aizen's the type of guy to forget his lunch and then tell everyone he planned it because he was trying to lose weight anyway. Kubo foreskinned Aizen poking Hinamori with a What the fuck, man? What the I to some extent, you have... Yo. Where the fuck did your mind go for that? Jesus Christ. Aizen is just an IDF agent. I don't know what the fuck that means. I'm just not gonna bother. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like that. Okay. Starting off as far back as East Blue, there are clear examples of power creep from Alvita to Buggy to Buggy to Kuro. Oh, that's why. Clear examples of power creep. From Alvita to Buggy to Kuro. Yeah. From Alvita to Buggy to Kuro to Krieg to Arlong, one can easily tell the stakes behind each mini-island arc and the strength that these villains portray consistently goes up. But that doesn't inherently mean that the characters are... But that doesn't inherently mean that this is power cliffing. But that doesn't inherently mean that this is power cliffing. Alvita could destroy wooden walls on a ship. Buggy was capable of tanking his own buggy ball, which had the capacity to blow up a small town. Kuro moved so fast that he could disappear faster than the eye could track him. Don Krieg could casually stop and hurl a metal paddle boat several meters into the air, and Arlong could not only uplift houses casually, but he could scare a giant sea cow into attacking the Straw Hats with 2 sentences and could chomp on and could eat cannonballs fired directly to him by ships. Now, the difference between power creep and power cliffing simply boils down to how massive of a difference in strength the current cast or villain displays in comparison to the current cast or villain displays, current versions of a cast, or the villain displays, boils down to how massive of a difference, especially within the context of a series, especially within the overall context of the series' scaling. The overall context... Actually, no, I don't need to add that. Okay. Bleach has a good art style, but Ichigo isn't that compelling as the series goes on. He's way too reactionary. The guy's endless cycle of understanding himself goes on till the end. Yeah, he doesn't really ever grow, like, entirely out of that bullshit until, like, the last arc of the series, and it's like, I don't know, man. If my main character needed that long to, like, come to a conclusion about accepting himself at the final arc, and basically, like, what, 150 chapters or something left with the series left? I don't know, man. It's just not that great. Not gonna agree on Naruto being boring, though. It's like liking something over another thing. I think Ichigo wanted to be relatable like Yusuke and Naruto, but didn't spark at all because of his hollowness. It's not even just that. It's the fact that, like, people want to say that Ichigo is, like, the most realistic or relatable character because he's, like, from the human world. Ichigo is more relatable than a condom man. I mean, no one said that Luffy's even remotely relatable. Even Oda said that, like, Luffy's is basically his perfect idea of, like, what the perfect kid's supposed to be like. That's not what it is. But Ichigo's clearly not that relatable in comparison to most people because most people aren't the amalgamation of the 4 major races of an entire verse, of the most powerful races of a verse. Not to mention, he has a father that consistently attacks him in what is portrayed to be a comedic way, but is still kind of to some extent some form of parental abuse. Then the fact that he basically has, how do I put it? He's not only extremely good at martial arts, He's also blatantly stronger than every single other kid in his school besides Chad, who can also stop steel girders from falling on top of other people. The guy is also a walking ghost. There's nothing relatable about the guy. He's just the closest thing, the only thing that Ichigo has in terms of relatability to a normal person is the fact that certain people can't accept themselves, but then again, Ichigo kind of takes it a very extreme end. And B, more specifically, the fact that he goes to school. That's kind of it. And Naruto went to school. Gets annoyed over caste bothering him and being goofy. I'd be annoyed too. Fantastic. That doesn't make him realistic. That doesn't make him... Just because you find something in common with him does not make him realistic. If I sit here and tell you that I think Ichigo talking to the voices inside of his head is realistic, that's not me being realistic. That's just me having something in common with him. That's not me being realistic. Being relatable doesn't mean you're a good character. Yeah. Relatability does not inherently add to being well-written characters. You can make the argument for actually quite a number of characters throughout fiction. Honestly, who would I argue? Because I can't even really see as, like, any of Ichigo's friends as, like, relatable. Luffy and Naruto are just too goofy most of the time. Ichigo at least has time to reflect like an actual human, not being that on that cartoon stuff. That's not a very good argument. I'm gonna be so honest with you. Okay? Naruto and Luffy are also fictional characters like Ichigo, so being goofy is honestly kind of reasonable. And it's not like Ichigo isn't goofy himself. He's also very loud and always yelling at people. Always yelling at people. A normal person doesn't yell back at everyone that they talk to. Clears all series. Really? You don't like Naruto that much? Artwork's done? Hey, lovely. Lovely. Sent on Discord. Ugh, my arm's starting to hurt. Let's check it out. Holy shit, this is fucking dope. Guys, can we get some W's for Axis here? Holy shit, dude, this is sick. It's pretty good. I like this. Yo, Lol looks like a whole Chad, by the way. Bro gave him a 6-pack through the wife beater. I'm crying. Bro gave Law a 6-pack and abs through the wife beater. I'm in tears. I'm not gonna lie, Sasuke has a really funny face, so. They all look like what just happened? Dude, I love this. Let me know, I'm gonna put down the Discord for a second. Oh yeah. I definitely wanna put your watermark in there. Okay, so this is the thumbnail version. Let me just see how big it is of a file. Yeah, this is a JPEG. We'll save it to docus. We'll save it here, and we'll throw it into thumbnails. Thank you so much again, Axis. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I'm gonna check Law Solos. Law Solos. There we go. I'm gonna just check to see, I'm gonna just double check the size for it. How can I check the no, not resize image. It's 1.2 megabytes. I think that should be good. Let me see if I can upload it right now for the clip just to double check. I think 1.2 should be fine. Screen capture. Let's just switch it to the script for a second. Yeah, just switch it to the script. Actually, we'll switch it to YouTube separately. That way I can do this on the side without you guys seeing it. Yeah. Oh no, not here. It's the other one. Here, this one. Okay. YouTube Studio. Let's just let me know. Hit me up on Discord. I'll check it out later, and I'll send you the money for the commission whenever you get the chance. Yeah, it's content. It's, edit. No, it was How do I change the thumbnail again? Editor? No. Oh, thumbnail. Change. Let's do A/B testing. And then set this option. I will A/B testing. Oh, that's type for title only. Change to Lost Solos. Sweet! It works! Dude, that's sick! Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Awesome, 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 awesome. A little fan fun for the commission. Oh shit, thank you so much, Drake. Guys, can we get some W's for Drake too, please? View A/B testing report. Set this option. No. New test. New test. Lost Solos, thumbnail. Thumbnail and title. Yes, Lost Solos, Naruto. Can Trafalgar Law Solo Naruto. Cool. I'm gonna pause the music real quick. I just want to have like a bit of a a moment there, because I don't want like the rest of the stream to like be. Actually, I'm not gonna be streaming for too much longer after this, so it doesn't matter. I'll just have the back half of the. Blah, blah, blah. I'll just have the back half of the stream, or at least like the last 30 minutes. We had trouble saving your video, retrying in 5 seconds. Yeah. Having trouble? Why are you having trouble? Really? Why the fuck not? That sucks. Is Luffy entirely weak to like swords, pointy objects, and whatnot, since that's what I hear? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Luffy. One second, I'll do thumbnail. I'll do title only. I'll do title only, but I will be changing up the thumbnail regardless. Hey, donation mock. Thank you so much, Dino Crush. Guys, can we get some W's for Dino Crush? There, now we got the true thumbnail for the video. Glad it fits. I'm really glad that you were able to make this. I thank you, Axis. I really do appreciate it. We'll keep the pricing in the background though. I don't want to just put that up for chat, so I won't show up Discord anymore. But I really do appreciate it, and yeah, I would definitely be down to do another commission in the future. Thank you, man. Capture entire screen. There we go. All right. Okay, so we deleted that. So no, Luffy isn't necessarily only weak to sorry about that. Luffy isn't necessarily only weak to like pointy objects and stuff. Did I mute myself? When the fuck did I mute myself? Hello! Hello! Definitely didn't mute myself. Did I mute myself? No, you're fine. Oh, you guys are just fucking with me? Okay. Okay. So, weak would not necessarily constitute. I would say they're effective. Blades and weapons like that are effective, and it's not. I'll show you 2 examples from the story. I will show you 2 separate examples from the story. Donation Mog, thank you 6 for the big dick $10 dono. Holy shit, I'm the true donation dogger. Also, make the Exorcist fall and love is peak. We'll check out a synopsis of the Exorcist falls in love. We'll check that out. What the fuck was I doing? No, not this. It was oh, I was here. Give me just 1 second. That's buggy. This is when they arrive on the island. So, right here. And then I'll show you one quick thing in Wano. W, but you're try-harding. Luffy's not weak to cutting attacks. We know he's not. He's just only thing that he's not resistant to. He's vulnerable to cutting attacks, and we also know, given his physical stats. Yeah. No, I was gonna show. Don't worry about it. he's not necessarily weak. Like they were saying. There's actually two very important examples I can show you from like the start and end of the series, or towards like the farther end of the series. I guess it would be a midway point by this time, but regardless, here. So there are two scenes right here from the very start of the series and the very end of the series. One of this was Luffy taking an attack from this guy, I always forget his name. Mind you, he can throw these chakram real quick. This guy right here, you see these chakram that he's throwing? Yeah, these things can split these things can split threes. Django, yeah, Django. Django's chakrams can easily split straight through trees, and he's tossing them essentially, you know, by like the first 40 chapters of the series. Luffy takes one of these chakrams straight to the back of the head, and it obviously doesn't kill them. So to add a bit more to it, so it shows that he's at least affected by them, but it doesn't show that he's like quote unquote weak to them, as some would say. Holy shit, double donation mog is crazy. Alright, I appreciate it. Dino Crush, thank you for 20 euros. Holy shit. Fucking hell, big massive dick dono. Holy fuck. To clarify my point a little bit later, you can see right here that Kaido attacks with his Dragon Twister Demolition Gust, which he says you still have a weakness to cutting attacks, he presumes, and Luffy gets slashed up by them, but they don't split his body. Luffy, damn, is that your goat? Naruto took a kunai to the hand and smiled. Naruto stabbed himself with a kunai, and his kunai wasn't being stabbed with a force great enough to split multiple trees back to back. If you want to make this comparison, my guy, Naruto's going to lose 10 times out of 10. Naruto is not Jiren-mogging Luffy in the first couple of arcs of his story, and Luffy's doing it in the first arc of his. Come on now. This means me and you, are going to Applebee's later. Yeah, we're eating good at Applebee's, I suppose. First time I've gotten mogged. That's crazy. Six got mogged? Damn, Six. I guess you're not really the donation mogger. Let me stop. Let me stop. But yeah, no. So yeah, Luffy is hurt by them. Again, it does show damage, but these blades are actually capable of clearing straight through cliffs. You can see this when Kaido does a Dragon Demolition Twister against the Worst Generation. Actually a little bit earlier than that, funny enough. Yeah, right here, it straight up cuts through these cliffs. Or I guess I should say hills. I just find it hilarious you push blunt immunity, but he's squealing to sharp moves like that panel. You can be, yeah, because he's made out of rubber. He's stated to be immune to blunt force trauma. So being damaged by attacks, especially ones that are slicing through these stone, I would say, yeah, it would probably hurt. I would say the two different types of damage, one that splits and one that hits, or I guess I should say bludgeons, would be different kinds of damage, but I don't know, man. It seems like I don't think you can tell the difference between that. Or it seems like you're not able to tell the difference, which is fine, but if you want me to just to teach you, I can. I can teach you what the difference between blunt force trauma and cutting trauma is. No, this song sucks. I'm not listening to this. Show me something that has got, like, teeth to it. Got you. I've even been meaning to check out One Piece soon. I would definitely say check it out, and I would say just try to read it on its own. Just try to read it as a series on its own. One thing that I did when I first started power scaling One Piece for real, and I know my first video on power scaling was with, like, One Piece versus, like, it was, like, Kaido versus the 5 Kage. But even then, before I, like, really sat down and started scaling One Piece, I would say just look at it with no bias whatsoever. And what I mean is, don't do it with any comparisons. Don't try to compare it to any other series, whether it's Dragon Ball, Naruto, JJK. It doesn't, whether it's Magi Girls or fucking, what is it? What's that old series, Sailor Moon, right? Like, just don't compare it to anything. Just read it on its own. It's its own journey. I would just hope that you can treat it for the story that it is, and if you want to scale it as you go along, you can also do that as well. I would say that you'll actually be pleasantly surprised at how impressive some of the feats are, just in reference to, like, again, compare if a normal person can do this, and then just think like, man, it's kind of crazy. You'll actually see that go get help then? Alright, what we're not gonna do is tell people to get help because they want to check something out and they're simply here to either have a conversation or learn something. You don't need to do that, man. You are genuinely rude, Hobgoblin. I'm gonna time you out for 24 hours. Next time I stream, I can see you back here, but we're not doing that. What we're not gonna do is we're gonna start insulting people. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, people being biased is one thing. People maybe being disingenuous is another thing. People wanting to lie about feats, etc. All that stuff are one thing or another. But I'm not gonna sit here and have you actually try to insult somebody in any other way, in any way, shape, or form. I don't fuck with that, dude. I really, really don't. We're not gonna have toxic power scaling here. Could Luffy be hurt by a blunt force attack if it forces him to exceed his stretching limits? I've never seen something like that, so I can't necessarily argue it. We know that Luffy can damage himself if he attempts to stretch his arms beyond what he's done. But Luffy can be hurt by blunt attacks exceeding his durability. Actually, quite the opposite. It's never really necessarily been shown that Luffy's just hurt by blunt force trauma without it being a situation like with Garp, where it's the power of love, or the Straw Hats, where they apparently damage his soul, quote-unquote. Luffy does have a stretching limit, and you can see it in Whole Cake Island. Specifically, when he's captured by Big Mom and the others. It should be some point after this. Okay, so actually it has to be, yeah, I don't have the chapters, so we'll just check them out right now. It was like 10:40. What about Foxy? Foxy had, let me show you. Against Foxy, we'll get to Foxy in a second. We'll get to Foxy. Foxy had pointed gloves, right? He had spiky gloves. Here it is. Luffy's gonna start to try and stretch himself at some point soon. Let's, yeah, right here. Luffy, stop. You're gonna rip your arms off. What do you mean? Yeah, that's the point. While I'm sitting here, who's gonna save him? We're losing everything. You rip your arms too. No way. Are you crazy? I'm not gonna die in a place like this. 1 second. Luffy, please just stop. And you can see right here that his arms are splitting. Okay, let's go check out Foxy real quick, because I don't want to just leave you hanging like that. Yeah. Not to that point, I think. He beat the shit out of him with straight gloves. Did he? I'm like 90% sure he didn't. Okay, they're here. They're showing up. Let's check it out. So Luffy dodges. Foxy... Oh, he comes back because of his own tensile force. Then Foxy shoots him. And then Foxy punches him into the ground. Darn, this slow. It's worse than... I could not stretch... I should be careful. I should not stretch too much. I guess you can call this damage. He does have rough marks on his face. Yeah. I guess you could call this damage. I think that's more so... Yeah, when did he get his spikes? He got them. He definitely got some later on, but you don't really see... I mean, I would call it more like rough marks than anything. I don't really consider it damage for Luffy, all things considered. I mean, even his back is messed up, and Foxy didn't really hit his back. You could just call it as like... You could just consider it as like Luffy getting, I guess covered in dirt would be the term, but not really because they're inside his thing. Yeah, right here. He has a spiky glove. I'm the real Foxy, see? Straw Hat, sorry, but the bombs. Yeah, Luffy doesn't reinforce my gloves, yeah. Luffy doesn't start to actually take, like, considerable damage until Foxy has him. He's verbally reacting to his bruises. Yeah, but that's more... oof, 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 oof. I wouldn't say that, only because all of the punches are happening one at a time. I mean, after all, this is, like, the first time Luffy's, like, taking hits from a guy who's essentially having all of the delayed impact happen at once. I know their punches themselves won't have much effect on you, Rubberman. He even says it right here. I know the punches themselves won't have much effect on you. 30 seconds. Yeah. Look, he's stretching to that's gum power. I won't take any more. Come at me, Pinhead. Yeah. He states himself. Rush, 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 rush. He's not even flinching. Wait, even his reaction is slow? That's just the beginning. Yeah, no, I think it's just a culmination of all this. So he's affecting Luffy, just not as much. Yeah, but I don't really think that it's... I can really consider it damage, because, I don't know, like... Even if Foxy states it, they won't have much effect. Answer my question. What was your question? But fair enough. I can at least grant you that. It says it won't have much of an effect, which again goes back to the point. Luffy's rubber body is an absolute defense, just high resistance. I don't know if I would still agree with that. The weakness to sharp object made no sense to me. You're telling me if Naruto took that attack from the back of his head, he'd be more resistant somehow? I mean, not necessarily. Would you push a button if there was a 50% chance you would turn into a femboy or a 50% chance you would get $1 million? I mean, let me put it like this, right? What necessarily constitutes me being a femboy? Like, what necessarily constitutes? Is it just like a physical... Is it like a physique change? Is it a physique change? Let me ask my girlfriend. Let me ask my girlfriend real quick. Is it like a physical physique change? Like my physique turns into like a daintier, smaller man's physique? Do I get like more feminine features on my face? Like, what exactly constitutes me being a femboy? Or is it just like I am dressed like a femboy? Because I'm not going to dress like a femboy, even if I get turned into one. I'll just make it normal. Yeah, Steinixel's made a video on it. Would you still date me if I turned into a femboy physically? Hopefully she sees this soon. I asked my girlfriend. Small waist, big thighs, feminine physique. Femboys do not have small waists with thick thighs and feminine physiques. That's not what a femboy is. Just means you look more feminine. You're still straight. Yeah, I was gonna say. I'd still be a dude regardless. Hopefully she does not see this, bro. No, my girlfriend sometimes pops into the stream. You have to wear girly clothes and makeup. Essentially, it doesn't affect your appearance. If I turned into a femboy... One second. If I had to start dressing like a femboy. I'm asking my girlfriend a question because I'm considering whether or not I get $1 million. I don't know if $1 million is worth losing my girlfriend. I'm not gonna lie. You know what? I'm gonna just... Chat, should we call her? Chat, should we call my girlfriend and ask her live? Should we ask my girlfriend... Hi. Live. Why did I say hi? Live. You even answered this from the chat is wild. Listen, I'm about to turn off stream anyway. I'm about to turn off stream. So, I don't personally care. Like, I don't think it matters that much at the end of the day. I mean, a man needs to have both masculine and femininity to be a... Masculinity and femininity to be a femboy. I know I'm definitely pushing it. It seems like chat wants this to be so. I'm not getting enough no's. I'll put myself on mute and ask her if she's okay with me putting her live on stream. 1 second. Wait, quick question. Is it... Wait, let me ask you this. You said it's a 50-50. Either I get $1 million, or do I turn into a femboy, or do I have to dress like a femboy and then get $1 million? Which is it? I don't think she's gonna answer. She's probably on stream. I don't think she's gonna answer. It's fine. I'm just gonna keep the answers. Let me just look back at that. Let me just look back at that real quick. 50% chance. Oh, wait. And a 50% chance. Nah, fuck that. I'm not doing it. Y'all ain't shit. Yeah, no, I'm not doing it. The Instagram ringtone is crazy. Yeah. It's fine. I'm not doing it. No way I'm risking a 50-50 on turning into a femboy. I thought it was like 50% chance I get turned into a femboy, but I get $1 million. I thought that's what it meant. The only way I'm doing this is if the $1 million are guaranteed and my girlfriend doesn't break up with me. That's the only fucking way I'm doing it. Besides, I don't think she'd be comfortable with me going on stream having her speak on stream. So, you know what? Let's just not do that at all and just avert a potential talking to later. I think it's low-key an interesting question. I mean, if I were single, would I do it? I mean, it's still a 50-50 shot, and I don't want to dress as a girl when I go out. I don't think it's still... I still don't think it's worth it. Do I just never step out again? Because it's just a 50-50, but it's like, that's $1 million, though. $1 million goes a long way. Now I'm getting a scam likely? Fuck no. You get magical powers as a femboy? I don't believe that. Read my last 2 messages? Sure. Luffy screams ow all the time, even when it doesn't hurt. On Amazon Lily, he screams when he's running into a wall, and they said it didn't hurt because he's rubber. When the fuck did he do that? Dress Rosa? When this not Dress Rosa, what am I doing? Amazon Lily. Is this before or after the Boa fight? Is this before or after? I think the hypothetical would be that if you were actually a femboy, you just don't dress up. It becomes how you want to dress. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I have to dress like that outside every time I go out, like, fuck, man. If it's like, I press the button, I land the femboy side, I'm just dressed instantly like a femboy. I'm like, okay, sure, fine, I'll just change back. But it's like, if I have to go outside, though, like, fuck no, I don't think I do it. Balloon, hoof, hoof, are you okay? Don't come near me. When does that happen with Luffy? Does it happen before or after they fall? Does anybody know the chapter? That wouldn't be an inconvenience, though. It would just show how casually dressed and enjoy. I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be an inconvenience, but I don't want to dress like a woman. That's the thing. I just rather not. I wouldn't do it for like a. I wouldn't mind doing it for like a one-time thing. Like if my girlfriend and I ever did like a cross-dressing outfit, but she wears a beard and I wear like a dress or something. I wouldn't mind that. But it's like if I have to do it every day, I just don't know, man. My other comment about Gear 2, I beg. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Memento. What was your other comment? By the way, you can prove that the 10 times Gear 2 amp only using the Japanese words. Extraordinary has a numerical meaning of orders of magnitude or refers to composite numbers. 10 is one of those. How does extraordinary... what does extraordinary mean numerically? What does extraordinary mean numerically? Numerically. Numerically, extraordinary indicates a value that lies outside or beyond the typical range of standard normal of expected data. So 5.2 it represents the points of high frequency beyond the ordinary range with 1 and 2 standard deviations. In a normal distribution, extraordinary is defined as something that falls far outside this range. High magnitude or a degree. It describes an unusually high amount, extent, or degree, such as extraordinary speed or extraordinary profit. Low frequency. Extraordinary items are often infrequent. Yeah, it's essentially if 100 is a standard minimum, extraordinary represents a number greater than or far beyond 100. 10 out of 100 is extraordinarily bad. Okay. Okay. Let's see what Merriam-Webster Dictionary has. Simulator Renaissance, books, extraordinary ingenuity, recent examples, but no, I don't think this might help. I don't think anything here would necessarily help. Extraordinary, going beyond, usual, regular, or customary. Okay. Extraordinary. Exceptional, standard, or acting very high. Extraordinary, unusual type. How does one quantify this, for example? Because I read the message, but first it's just data points outside of other points, not an actual quantification. Yeah, I was gonna say there's no actual quantification for this. Does anybody know the chapter where like Luffy falls and says it doesn't hurt? I'll work on this later. I think I'm just done for the day. I think we had some good chats overall. I think we had a good conversation. What chapter does Luffy fall out of? I don't know. I don't think that's going to show up. That's just too common. I might just start... What are the chapters for Amazon Lily again? 515. Let's look up 515 onward. I think I'll do just 5... When he first gets to Amazon Lily? Sure. Sure. 10 chapters prior, right? Oh, wait. I'm stupid. Sorry. It's like 5:10. I don't know why I clicked 10:10. I was focused too much on the 10. Ooh, I can't wait to have lunch. Does Foxy, Power Cliff, and L? Not necessarily. Okay, so no, it was definitely like 5:13 then. I stopped working on my video because my scaling kept changing, but now I have a firm grasp of scaling. I finished page 1 in less than a day, like an hour and a half. Nice! Nice! Hey, congratulations, man. I can't wait to see it. Best of luck with the editing portion, though. I know that's probably the most time-consuming. This shit coming soon. Lovely. Okay, I hope the others are here. Okay, so he lands. I'm alive. Oink, oink. And to think that the others are alive. I couldn't save them. Ow! Huh, wait, that didn't hurt. But what's this? A dead end? I mean, yeah. Darn, I'm too weak. I need food. Huh? Okay, this should bring back memories. Yeah. Time for the village. You can't tell all the mushrooms are growing or she ate this? Yeah. Okay. 5:14. Thank you. Thank you. We found it. Okay. So I guess, yeah. I guess you can argue that, yeah, it just adds credence to it. I don't know. I guess there's an argument for both. I can see both sides of the argument. I could see where one could interpret the, like, Foxy punching Luffy before he took that, and the rough marks that Luffy has to be indicative of him taking damage, especially since Foxy says it won't have much effect. But at the same time, you can also just argue that, like with Amazon Lily, Luffy does tend to make, like, Luffy does can show some level of tendency of saying that things that normally wouldn't hurt him still hurt him. Is that Foxy left? Now, all I know is that Foxy left a brew with that punch. Let's look back. I closed it. Fuck. $5.14. I'm just gonna download it just to also have it. I'm gonna just do that. Okay, Luffy. Let's go to Sabaody. No, let's go to Amazon Lily. 07. We got that. 9. Let's just throw it in. Okay, so we do have it. I mean, I guess you can't make a differentiation then, because, like, yeah, you can't really, like, differentiate it much either, since Luffy's already taken damage. You know what a dielectric strength and breakdown are? It's the same kind of logic I use for blunt force. Okay. Not right now, but we can talk about it the next time. I think we had some good chats today. I think the stream's overall been fun. I did get a little bit of work done, not as much as I would have liked to, but I guess my head still was kind of into things, and I'm just glad we could discuss everything that's happened. I'm glad we got a chance to have some actual healthy conversations here, and sure, some people may have came in that were coming in a little hot and toxic, but you know what? It's fine. We don't have to let that kind of stuff ruin our day. I hope each and every one of you have a good rest of your weekend. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I'll try to do the same myself. Hopefully I don't get sick after this vaccine. But I do hope that, I do really want to say I can appreciate you guys. Yeah, sure, Memento, send me the 10 times stuff. I really appreciate the chats that we had. Overall, W, drink water. Yeah, we got some water right here. Hope you guys also get some water in your guys' systems. Remember, water is healthier than soda and any kind of juice. Try to at least drink a couple of glasses of water a day. Loves bean. All right. I love what? I love what? That's crazy. That's crazy. What if I just put you on timeout for 24 hours? That's crazy. Damn. Couldn't get it out soon enough? Damn, crazy. I'll send you 10 times proof. Okay. I got it. I will call you guys. I will talk to you guys later. And, yeah, we'll catch each other on the next one. Peace out, guys.